9:50 streaming at on March 11th. So I don't know why it wouldn't work right now. 9:50 streaming at
I see us.
on March 11th.
We're there.
So I don't know why it wouldn't work right now. Oh God.
We're live.
9:50 streaming at
I see us.
on March 11th.
We're there.
So I don't know why it wouldn't work right now. Okay.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Ciclos, Rebirth, Migration, and Placemaking. I'm Diana Hernandez, historic preservation graduate student at the School of Architecture at the University of Texas at Austin. And I welcome all of you. We're going to start today by introducing our Master of Ceremonies, Sarah Marsom. Welcome, Sarah.
Hi.
Sarah, hello. Sarah Marsom is a heritage resource consultant based in Columbus, Ohio. Sarah received her BS in Parks and Recreation Management at Northern Arizona University in 2010, and her MS in Historic Preservation from Eastern Michigan University in 2013. Her work strives to improve the historic preservation movement's accessibility by empowering the next generation of community advocates and increasing representation of lesser known histories through a variety of storytelling engagement strategies. She's the founder of the Tiny Activist Project and organizer behind Dismantle Preservation. In 2018, Sarah was recognized by the National Trust for Historic Preservation as the recipient of the American Express Aspire Award during the 2018 National Preservation Awards, and as an honoree of the inaugural 40 Under 40 People Saving Places list. Sarah Marsom's work has been featured in Curved, Traditional Building Magazine, and the National Park Service's LGBTQ America Theme Study, amongst other publications and podcasts. Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me and for everyone for being here today. I'm really excited to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Sarah Lopez. Sarah Lopez is a built environment historian as well as a migration scholar. Lopez's research focuses on the impact of migrant remittances, dollars earned in the US and sent to families and communities in Mexico, on the architecture and landscape of rural Mexico and urban USA. By approaching architectural history within the context of migration, Lopez examines multiple sites across international borders, arguing that we must examine the spatial and built environment histories of discrete places simultaneously. Her book, entitled The Remittance Landscape, The Spaces of Migration in Rural Mexico and Urban USA, was published by the University of Chicago Press in 2015 and won the 2017 Kostoff Book Award from the Society of Architectural Historians. Her 2015 book chapter, Putting Vista Hermosa on the Map, Migrant Boosterism in the Distant Homelands, won the 2017 Fisher Article Prize from the Vernacular Architectural Forum. Lopez is currently working on two projects. The first examines the architecture of migrant detention facilities in Texas, a project commenced in partnership with the Humanities Action Lab National Exhibit. Her class contribution to the web exhibition, Spatial Stories of Migration and Detention, was also expanded at a UT Austin exhibit. An American Quarterly article, From Penal to Civil, A Legacy of Private Prison Policy and a Landscape of Migrant Detention, builds off of this early project. The second explores the evolution of an informal binational construction industry with a focus on Cantera stone, Saltillo tile, and embodied construction knowledge between Mexico and the US over the last 40 years. Lopez is embarking on a new teaching research project mapping the cultural landscapes of historic railroad connections between Monterrey, Mexico, and Texas. Broadly speaking, she teaches about US cultural landscapes, the interface between migration architecture and cities, the use of interdisciplinary methods to study space and society, and world architectural history. She also teaches about how to incorporate ethnographic methods into built environment research. She received the 2015 Outstanding Teaching Award from LLILAS and the 2016 Outstanding Teaching Award from the School of Architecture. In 2017, Lopez was a Princeton Mellon Fellow in Architecture, Urbanism, and the Humanities. So safe to say we're all gonna learn a lot, and looking forward to this first lecture.
Hello and welcome to this symposium. Some of you may have joined us for the previous symposium. I just wanted to get us started off today with a few words about the sponsors of the symposium and then about the theme. This is the second symposium that's been organized by a diverse group of students, some of which come from the School of Architecture and some beyond. Diana Hernandez has been a kind of pioneering voice in all of this, and she comes to us from preservation. She's working with Mitch Ford from Community and Regional Planning, and Alexandra Salazar from Mexican American and Latino Studies. And also two other students, Isabel Nance, an undergraduate from architecture, and Hunter Wilkes, who's a recent grad from environmental science. And I wanted to say their names and what they're studying, because it is always exciting to me when something is student initiated and driven, which this is, and also when it's a collection of voices from disciplines, chewing on and digesting similar interests. There has been a long discussion within UTSOA for a couple of years now about wanting to diversify and amplify our curriculum, our readings, our examples in our architecture classes. And I have to say that today and tomorrow in this two-day symposium, you're going to be hearing about people's stories having to do with people who are Texan, Lebanese, people from Guam, queer, native, white, Black, Moor. So really they have put together, a pretty awesome lineup of speakers that touch into various realms that I'm sure are going to create lots of opportunities for conversation. So in terms of the theme, migration and place, right, and rebirth, but in terms of just focusing on migration and place, why migration and place, we might ask? Well, I think that we can also flip that on its head and say, why is it that people have insisted upon understanding place and cities through this idea of sedentism, staying, rooting, nesting? Indeed, when you start to really think about it, migration is place. Places are made through the movements of people and ideas and things and skills and money. And so the lens of migration and place is ample, and it allows us to touch into so many different things. Rather than thinking about this idea of sedentism, we can think about how cities and places really come into being through the millions of migration stories that interface with the social and spatial legacies of cities. And I wanted to share with you just two images from some research I've done in the past to kind of set the tone as well in terms of the theme of migration and place. What you're seeing here is the reason I chose this image. This is from a previous work. This is from my research that when I was a dissertation student and when I was writing my book. And I chose it because of the butterflies, because as you will have read in terms of the theme for today, Rebirth and the migration of the Monarchs was an inspiration for these organizers. This is the cover of a magazine that is put together by a group of individuals from the state of Michoacan who live in Chicago. They refer to themselves as a migrant kind of activist organization, or the government has also formalized the term hometown association for groups of individuals who live in the United States from different Mexican states and who organize for social change in their hometowns, as well as their quote unquote host towns. And they had this cover designed. And if you look here at just sort of the story that the cover is telling you, you see the buildings of Chicago in the background, and you see the cathedral in Michoacan in the foreground, both lit up at night. And then you see the kind of image of the spherical globe / water melding with the arches, and then the migration, which is symbolizing the coming together of these disparate spaces. And also because the Monarch does actually find its way to bosques in Michoacan. So it's an important for them, it's an important symbol beyond just its relation to migration. It also has a relation to their home state. I put that image that they designed for their magazine next to two other images that sort of help us understand how ample this topic is. The top one is an older image of the Casa Michoacan, the house out of which they organize in Pilsen, Chicago, in the United States. And that's a house that they eventually bought, and they've remodeled it, they've invested in it, and it's a house full of social activity, connection, and important work that's done on behalf of the people who live in Chicago and who live in Michoacan. And below that is just one of a gajillion images I could have put in there of a home that was built in Mexico with money that was sent from various individuals in Chicago, in LA, in Houston, all over the United States, building remittance houses in Mexico. And you can kind of get a sense of all of the places and how intimately tied they are and in conversation with one another they are. Again, when I heard of the theme that the student organizers put together, these were some of the images that came to my mind from some of my research. But also this image, and this is the last one I'm going to show. It's again showing you an image of a remittance house on the left. And many people in Mexico build these houses aspirationally for a different and better and brighter future. And then it's coupled with an image on the right, which is of one of the many immigrant detention centers that we have here in Texas, where there's a kind of foreclosing of the future, shutting down of the future, a stopping, quote unquote, migrant body in their tracks, so to speak. And I put these two images together. They're two areas of research that I've had going on for a long time, but also because, again, when we think about migration in place, that also includes places of the foreclosing of possibilities and futures for persons who identify as migrants, and sometimes persons who don't. And so one of those examples would be something like the detention center. And that brings us to the importance of the question of rebirth, which is the other theme of the two-day symposium. We understand place, plants, animals, we understand place through the people, plants, animals who have lived and died in them. And I wanted to link that to the ways in which we also understand architecture through the buildings that have been erected, and those that have been dismantled. We often think about those layers of building and modification and dismantling when we think about the history of cities, for example. And sometimes we can even think of cities as digesters, as that the idea of a kind of rebirth, is a part of the idea of the digesting in some ways of the past iterations for a future iteration of whatever theme it is, whatever quote unquote progress or whatever installation, in the city. I think the idea of rebirth is really cool. And rebirth, place, and migration, and this is my final thought, also, I think, really ask us to think about how we understand places in a sensory way, through sight, smell, hearing, touch, moving. I think too often, especially within schools of architecture, we are focused on visual representation and kind of graphic and formal understandings of things, and that haptic experience is lost. It's left to literary types. But sight, smell, hearing is how we forge emotional registers with places, and it is through forging emotional registers with places that we remember them, and that we remember those moments, those experiences, in a kind of geographic context. And I'm saying that because the organizers have sprinkled music into the next 2 days. And I think that's just one of the perfect ways to go about clinching these topics together. So with that, I wanted to say that this is very exciting. It's a very exciting day for everybody organizing and attending. I'd also like to thank Texas A&M and all of the co-sponsors, within the School of Architecture and beyond as well. And I hope that everybody enjoys the symposium. Thank you so much.
What wonderful opening remarks from Dr. Sarah Lopez. I'm going to be introducing our first two presentations and the speakers with them. I would like to apologize in advance for any mispronunciations I do throughout my moderating. And I'd also like to encourage you all to use the chat feature to throw in your questions during the presentations. Each presentation will have a moderator who will provide a Q&A portion directly after the presentation. Our first presentation will be Las Voces de San Jose, Lifting Latinx Narratives of Placemaking Through Cemetery Preservation. Our presenters will be Deanna Hernandez. Deanna has taught in Texas for 10 years and has been an independent researcher on issues of language, diversity, and preservation since 2014. Deanna attained a MA in Spanish language, literature, and culture from the University of Houston and a BA in public relations and Spanish language, literature, and culture from the University of Houston. In the summer of 2019, Deanna conducted research with the National Institute for Anthropology and History in Mexico City. The initiative, titled Sites of Memory of the Slave Route in Latin America, focuses on the preservation of sites related to Afro-Mexican history and culture and is a part of an overarching effort by UNESCO. UNESCO is they're an international preservation group. Her work locally and abroad highlights the preservation of cultural landscapes related to the history of racial violence. She is currently documenting and researching the history of a Mexican American cemetery in the Travis County area, as well as additional sites in Houston as a part of her master's thesis. She will be presenting alongside Mitch Ford. A Baltimore native, Mitch Ford is a community and regional planning graduate student at the University of Texas School of Architecture with an interest in historic preservation. He is interested in preserving historic landscapes and cultural landscapes that are particularly vulnerable to planning and development forces. The research surrounding San Jose Cementerio piqued his interest for its location in the Montopolis neighborhood of the East Riverside area of the Southeast Austin, an area conflicted with gentrification and displacement. Mitch holds a BA in Geography and certification in Geographic Information Science from the University of Maryland. And that discussion will conclude with a Q&A moderated by Jackie Barton. Jackie Barton manages the ARCIS Leadership Program, a leadership development program for emerging leaders in history and preservation fields. She has 2 decades of experience in historic sites, museums, historic preservation, and community planning and outreach. She runs a consulting practice, Birchwood Planning, LLC. Jackie is a member and volunteer for the American Association of State and Local History and the National Trust for Historic Preservation. She served as program chair for the 2019 AASLH annual meeting and served on the 2018 and 2020 AASLH annual meeting program committees. She is a member of the National Trust for Historic Preservation's National Steering Committee for Past Forward in 2021 and 2020. She holds a mayoral appointment on the Columbus, Ohio Historic Resources Commission. Jackie graduated from Youngstown State with a BA in American Studies and English, and from Texas A&M with a master's in Public Service and Administration. She is an alumnus of the History Leadership Institute. After that talk, we will hear from Hunter Wilkes, a presentation, City on a Hill, Evaluating Present-Day Flood Risks in Austin's Montopolis Community, which will be moderated by Mitch Ford, who we've already been introduced to. Hunter is a recent graduate from the University of Texas who enjoys graphic design and coding in his free time. As an undergraduate, he worked on several research projects centered around the impacts of natural disasters and climate change, focusing on flooding and severe weather events in particular. Geographic stresses of the Colorado River on the Montopolis neighborhood and major floods in Austin during the 1930s sparked his interest in the San Jose research. He aims to pursue a master's degree in geospatial or atmospheric science after gaining more research and field experience. Again, those presentations will be back to back, and you're highly encouraged to use the chat feature to throw thoughts, ideas, and questions in there for your moderators to see.
Diana?
Yes. Okay, thank you, Mitch. We would like to begin our presentation with corresponding land acknowledgements, a recognition of the lands where our respective universities sit on. As student representatives at UT Austin, we would like to acknowledge that we are meeting on the indigenous lands of Turtle Island, the ancestral name for what now is called North America. Moreover, we would like to acknowledge the Alabama Cuchara, Caddo, Carrizo, Comecrudo, Coahuiltecan, Comanche, Kickapoo, Lipa Napache, Toncoa, and Isleta del Sur Pueblo, and all the American Indian and indigenous peoples and communities who have been or have become a part of these lands and territories in Texas. Today we'll be presenting Las Voces de San Jose, lifting Latinx narratives of placemaking through cemetery preservation. To dive into the story of San Jose, we must talk about its 2 cemeteries. The original San Jose Cemetery was established in 1919 by the Unión Fraternal Mexicana and was managed by La Unión until the 1930s. Since its inception, it had a free burial policy, providing space, a coffin, and religious rituals for Mexican and Mexican American community members, most of whom came to the rural outskirts of Austin since the early 1900s. The burial ground was filled quickly, and by 1949, San Jose II was built to make room for more burials. As we will show, the resulting burials in San Jose II and I were impacted by ongoing pandemia in the early 20th century. In this presentation, Reclaiming Memories Research Lab will highlight the histories of some of Cementerio San Jose's inhabitants. We will also showcase an excerpt from some of the oral histories that the team has conducted of a descendant. We hope that this presentation can shed light on the importance of oral histories in documenting the narratives of historically excluded communities. So in order to grasp the history of the San Jose cemeteries and the community, we began the recovery process with the death certificates of those that are buried at the two sites. We used the information from the certificates to compile data and generate historical trends. This gave us the ability to begin to understand the community's history. On the left-hand side, the graph indicates that most people were dying at home. Mitch will explain shortly why that was so. On the top right-hand side, you'll note that there was a spike in deaths in the 30s and 40s. This coincides with overlapping influenza, pneumonia, and tuberculosis pandemics at the time. On the bottom right-hand side is our death by gender graph, and you'll notice that the gender breakdown was pretty even. I'm gonna now hand it over to Mitch.
Thank you, Diana. In addition to our analysis, we did some mapping that we presented on last time we all met. On the screen, we have two maps. On the left-hand side is a map of residences of interred individuals in San Jose, organized by manner of death from the 1930s decade. In this map, we found out that many people who lived in East Austin in the segregated area, formulated by the 1928 plan, contracted illnesses because of their close proximity to one another. So we mapped TB, pneumonia, and a number of other deaths to show the epidemiology of pandemics of the 1930s. On the right-hand side, we analyzed hospital access. So there's two maps here, 1940 and 2020, to show the service area for hospitals, major hospitals in Austin, especially Southeast Austin. And unfortunately, found out that it hasn't changed too much from 1940 to 2020. There has been additions of St. David South in South Austin, which has helped increase access, but the growing area of Southeast Austin still struggles to attain basic services. So we hope that that changes in the future.
There we go. Due to a lack of archival records, part of the recovery process was conducting oral histories. This was instrumental in our understanding of the history of the community and of the cemetery. Pictured here is Mr. Clifton Griffin, a longtime member of the Montopolis community, who we interviewed last semester. He also happens to be the first library clerk for the Montopolis community. So he's a very instrumental figure in the Montopolis neighborhood. And now I would like to preface the video that we're about to show by explaining that you will hear the stories of the Montopolis community from several and about several people. Each individual mentioned is equally important as they all help make up the social fabric of the neighborhood. We will now play our short documentary, Las Voces de San Jose. So moving on, from the review of documents that we conducted, Dr. Fred McGee is the only scholar to state that the lands for Ciclos Cemetery 1 were donated by Lizzie Henry Lewis, a young African-American woman from the area. And Dr. McGee quotes you as his source of information. How are you able to confirm this?
Well, my grandparents talked about it from time to time that she had, originally I think they bought a portion to start the cemetery. And after that, she donated more land. And the way my grandmother told me, I don't know, it wasn't the flu pandemic of 1918 anything, because they were not living there in 1918, but there was a flu outbreak, and there were a lot of people dying. And my great grandmother said that there were so many people dying that they were even having funerals at night. They would hear the priests and the procession going into the cemetery.
And this is for San Jose 1.
San Jose 1.
And so that's what led Lizzie to donate land, because they needed it.
I think she was very compassionate, and she knew the circumstances that people were poor, and with the illnesses going around that it, you know, I think her heart was just touched to do it.
There's two different cemeteries that people call San Jose. Are you talking about the one on Apahokee Lane, or are you talking about the one on Metamorphose Drive?
Both. I'm researching both.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay. Because the one that's Apahokee Lane, I do have a great grandfather that was buried in there.
Oh wow.
And I think there's that actually, I believe that was really the first cemetery here in Metropolis.
The one on Metropolis?
I'm not sure. Yes. Yeah, well, see, the one on Metropolis, people had to pay to get buried there.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened was, my great-grandfather and three other guys here from Metropolis, they got together and they bought this land over there from that cemetery because they wanted to have a cemetery to where if you didn't have any money, that you could be buried there. In other words, they weren't going to charge nobody to get buried there.
So your
in other words, it was more or less of a community type of for the families and stuff, for the first settlers of Metropolis.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Because the one on Metropolis Drive, you had to pay to get buried there. So what these guys did, Mr. Fabian, Mr. Ojeda, Mr. Ruedas, and my great grandfather, Joseph Monreal, them four got together and purchased this land, arranged, for buying that property for the community. And if somebody died and they couldn't afford to get buried, you could get buried there. It was for the community. It was for the people that moved here from Metropolis, because they didn't want to have the people buried in some pauper's grave somewhere where nobody was going to be forgotten. They wanted a cemetery of their own. That's why, because we do have cousins or relatives of cousins that have been buried at the one on Monarchs Drive. As a matter of fact, my sister was telling me that the person that they named me after, Francisco Muriel, that he's buried there. But I've never been able to find his grave there. But the people that own the church that's next door to it, they're not in Torres. They are cousins of mine. Their grandfather and my grandfather were brothers, and they're the ones that are taking care of the cemetery. You know, cutting the grass, and doing the maintenance on it. The church is next door. They're the ones that are doing the maintenance and the upkeep of that cemetery. The one on the top of the drive.
The church to the left or the right?
The church on the left is at the corner of Richardson and Monarchs.
Okay. So they're the ones who maintain it. Okay.
Yeah, they're related to me. They're cousins, or technically cousins. Their grandfather and my grandfather were brothers.
Oh, okay.
And that's the way our family started here in Monarchs. My grandfather and his brother came here from Mexico in the 1920s, late 20s and 30s. And they settled here in Monarchs. As a matter of fact, the street that I grew up on, and my parents, we own 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 properties on that street. It's called Torres Street. It was named after my grandfather.
Oh, okay.
It was named after my grandfather and his brother, Torres, which is on my mom's side.
Now, was there like a funeral home that y'all would go to for burials? Was there a specific one, or would just kind of people would just?
There was none. Back then, no, they just would go to the corner's office and then they would just bring them to the church.
Oh, to Dolores?
I don't recall. I mean, that's the only funeral home that I remember was Mission Funeral Home on Cesar Chavez. Because when I was in Catholic school, I was an altar boy at Dolores Church, and I remember the priest always used to come to our classroom and say, you know, Frank and Joe, come with me, and you know, he would pull us out of our classroom so that we would help him for a funeral. I mean, when I was a kid, I went to probably 100 funerals.
Oh my gosh! And so they were all.
I went to a lot of funerals.
And it was always through Dolores Church.
What's that?
The funerals were always through Dolores Church?
Always at Dolores Church, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I remember a lot of them, man. It's real weird because I still remember a lot of those funerals.
Now we're going to be talking about the update to our site and our research. So first at the site, a couple of things have been going on since we last discussed our progress. There's been a fence that's been put up on the access road towards the cemetery. So that's been an issue that we've been working with. We've actually filed enforcement with the city, so their enforcement is underway right now to remove the fence so public access can be restored to the graves and to our field work that we would like to do there. We're also continuing our monitoring of the encroaching construction site southeast of San Jose 2. So we talked about them kind of going onto the land last time. We're still kind of making sure that they're doing everything that they should be doing. in terms of planning, a lot of things are going on right now in this part of Austin. If you may remember from last time, or sorry, not last time, but the election in the fall, Project Connect was passed, which was a major transportation ballot initiative. And so the blue line, a new light rail line, is going to be going towards Austin International Airport. That'll be on Riverside Drive. So it's going to be very transformative to Montopolis, and it can actually act as a vehicle for gentrification. So we really want to ensure that the community has a seat at the table for these discussions and that our historic sites are protected. In addition to that, there's also a major trail that's being built on the southern port end of the cemetery along that electrical right-of-way. This project actually has a lot of potential to be really great for the cemetery in terms of making sure people know about its historical importance. And we're working with the city right now to see if we can have talks just to make sure that it's protected again, and also to make sure that we have a seat at the table. And then lastly, one other thing that we're looking into is the El Camino Real de los Tejas, which is a historic trail that runs from Mexico to Louisiana. And if you can see on this map to the right, we have a couple of pathways kind of going through San Jose too. And so we're hoping to reach out to the National Park Service for potential collaboration. There's a couple of things that we can do in terms of signage and just general awareness, and possibly there's some research that can be done regarding the actual route. And then we also have some good news to report with community engagement. Travis County Commissioner Gomez assisted us with a cleanup on San Jose 1. So the Austin Police Department took care of that a few months ago, which we're really thankful for. And also we have a new ally. Her name is Councilwoman Fuentes, and she has pledged to help us and engage in the Montopolis community to increase general advocacy and awareness about the historic site. So we thank them both very much.
So through this work, we aim to bring to light the historical inequities that have impacted the disenfranchised community of Montopolis. The voices of those who have left us continue to fuel our mission of preserving this sacred space. We want to take this time to thank Mr. Clifton Griffin and Mr. Frank Monreal for allowing us to share their histories with you all today. In 2020, we formed the Historic Preservation Consulting Group known as the National Collective Memory Institute as the parent organization of the Reclaiming Memories Research Lab. Please follow our research through the following handles on social media. Thank you.
Okay. Time for questions? Okay. I think we have about 10 minutes. If you could put your questions in the chat box if you have them. And we already have our first one, Mitch, Deanna, and I believe Hunter. We're just going to do Mitch and Deanna right now, right? Is that right, Deanna?
We can continue with Hunters and then do all the questions at the end.
You want to do them all at the end?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can go ahead and present now.
Oh, okay, great.
All right, thank you, Diana and Mitch. I need permission to share my screen.
Done.
Okay, so I'll be evaluating present-day flood risks in Austin's Montopolis community and the greater Southeast Austin area. So Austin is actually located in an area known as Flash Flood Alley, which is denoted by this kind of Balcones escarpment corridor. And there are two main reasons for this. First, Gulf moisture from the Gulf of Mexico helps generate thunderstorms and heavy rains in the area, particularly in the late spring and in the fall. And that warm Gulf moisture actually gets uplifted by the Balcones escarpment and can kind of cause these thunderstorms to sit over the area and continuously pour out rain. And the second factor is the Balcones escarpment geology itself. It's a large area of exposed limestone bedrock interspersed with thin clay soils that don't soak up the water from these storms very quickly. So that leaves the water nowhere to go except just to run downstream and cause these massive flooding events that we've seen in Austin historically. So prior to the construction of the Mansfield Dam in 1941, which is located upstream of the Colorado River in Austin. We saw catastrophic flooding events especially along the Colorado River and the Austin area. So the image on the left is of Waller Creek in 1915, and a flash flood swept through both Waller and Shoal Creeks, causing over 60 deaths and leaving roughly 1,000 people homeless. At the time, many immigrants, minorities, and some of the city's poorest citizens lived along the banks of these creeks, and those communities were hit hardest. And they actually believe that the death toll is an undercount because a lot of these minorities and immigrants were not reported. In 1935, another major flooding event caused the Colorado River to swell, wiping houses such as this one clean off their foundation and carrying them downstream. A local newspaper at the time described the Montopolis neighborhood and their pecan tree farms as being completely wiped out. 13 people were reported to have lost their lives, and more than 2,500 individuals were left homeless. And just 1 year later, a second flood came sweeping through the area, destroying multiple bridges that connected South Austin to the rest of the city, and reportedly killed several migrant families who lived along the banks of the Colorado River. And this is just a comparison. This is South Congress. This is what it looks like today. And you can just get a sense for how crazy these flooding events were before the construction of the Mansfield Dam. And there's the Capitol, just for reference. So in 1941, the Mansfield Dam was completed, which helped alleviate a lot of the flooding, especially along the Colorado River throughout Austin. However, these flooding events did still occur and still occur today. So in 1957, this is an image of South Congress being flooded. Then in 1981, Memorial Day floods inundated regions of Shoal Creek, which is in North Austin, and Onion Creek, which is in Southeast Austin, part of my study area. And an estimated $40 million in damages occurred, and there were reported 13 deaths. Then in 2013, on Halloween, another flood hit Onion Creek, and over 200 homes were destroyed and 5 people died, causing over $30 million in damages. And the city has they've known that this area is susceptible to flooding for a little over 40 years now, and the city is actively buying homes and destroying them in the area. So the purpose of my study is to focus on the present day and evaluate whether minority communities in Austin today are at greater risk of flooding. And we know based off of previous studies that race and socioeconomic status can be indicators for vulnerability to natural hazards, including flooding events. And we have evidence that historically in Austin, minority communities have been impacted by these major flooding events. So this map shows Travis County and the flood zones, the FEMA flood zones, and then the study area. So these lighter regions are 100-year flood zones, and the darker blue shaded regions are 500-year flood zones. You can see here's Montopolis, and then here's Onion Creek, which is what the neighborhood that was hit by that flood in 2013. This map overlays the Hispanic population of Travis County with the flood zones. You can see that the Hispanic population is more heavily concentrated to the east of the I-35 corridor and the Balcones Escarpment. And the same can be said about the Black community in Austin, and this is a factor, as Mitch had mentioned earlier, of the 1928 City of Austin Master Plan. And if you take a closer look, you can actually tell that you can see how the geography changes from more hilly with steeper slopes in the west, with narrower flood zones and wider regions, greater areas being covered in these flood zones in the east. And so it is curious, perhaps the city knew that these areas could be more prone to flooding, so they wanted to have those areas be predominantly minority communities. And this map shows median household income per census tract in Austin overlaid with flood zones. And you can see that the wealthiest areas here are in the hillier regions with less area being covered in flood zones.
Hunter, this is Jackie. We have a question in the chat box from someone who's having a little trouble with their sound. They want to know what years the maps are from.
These maps, so this data is from 2018 or 2019, this median household income data. I believe most of it is from 2018. And these are the 2010 census tracts.
Thank you.
So this is how I did my mapping analysis, essentially. You can see I overlaid structures with residential zones in Austin to create a residential structures layer. And then I overlaid FEMA flood zones with census tracts to create these flood tracts, which included demographic data within them. And then I took these two layers and overlaid them to generate a set of flood tracts that had residential structure counts. These residential structures included homes and apartments, duplexes, etc., as well as demographic and socioeconomic data. So these are my findings. Each dot in these graphs represents a flood tract, and you can see that flood tracts that are more predominantly Hispanic and more predominantly Black do tend to have greater numbers of flood-prone residential structures in them, although it's not a very strong trend. And then in 2019, the 2019 median household income was also evaluated, and you can see that higher income individuals tend to be less susceptible to flooding in South Austin. I also evaluated 500-year flood tracts. However, these findings were not significant, which I believe is likely more of a factor of the 500-year flood zones taking up much less area than the 100-year flood zones. This map shows the flood risk in Montopolis. You can see these green areas are the San Jose 1 and San Jose 2 sites, and the red regions are residential structures. And you can see in Montopolis that the vast majority of these places, including the cemeteries, are actually not located within 100 or 500-year flood zones. And as you can see, Montopolis is much more predominantly Hispanic and Black than the rest of Austin. And the median household income is much lower than that of Austin in general. And Onion Creek, which I discussed earlier, was hit by the 2013 floods. You can see that there are more of these residential structures located within the flood zones. And Onion Creek is actually only 9% Hispanic and 1% Black, compared to Austin being 34% Hispanic and 8% Black. Median household income is less than that of Austin in general, but not by much. So this kind of zooms in onto looking case by case of what we saw in those graphs, which essentially shows that there is a trend that a minority, that flood tracts with more minority, with a higher proportion of the population being composed of minorities, being at risk for flooding, but it's not a very strong trend. So I looked at other research of other flood analyses in cities in Texas, and a Hurricane Harvey flood study found little evidence suggesting inequalities in FEMA designated 100-year flood zones based on race or ethnicity. However, outside of these flood zones, they found with the catastrophic, they had like 500 and even 1,000-year floods in in Houston that are not actually mapped by FEMA. And in these regions, neighborhoods with higher proportions of Black residents and more predominantly Hispanic land parcels experienced higher levels of flooding. And they concluded that conventional flood risk analyses can underestimate the racial inequalities of risk due to natural hazards. So what does this mean for the Montopolis area, since it doesn't appear to be at high risk of flooding? Well, neighborhoods in East and South Austin are close to downtown, and they provide housing options for affluent newcomers to the city who want to be close to downtown. And we know that developers are actively building pricier homes in the area, and this pushes out minorities as their rents are raised and their job opportunities are diminished, and also makes the climb up the socioeconomic ladder more difficult for them. So overall, I believe that the low risk of flooding, while in some ways it's a positive thing for the Montopolis community, it also makes these areas more desirable and more vulnerable to gentrification.
Hunter, can you specify specifically who qualifies as a minority for the purposes of your study?
So I mainly was looking at the Black community and the Hispanic communities.
And is that using census, the census definition?
Census data, yes.
Thank you. I've got some questions in the chat.
Okay. So here's a map made by professors, I believe, Heather Way and others at UT from 2017, and they mapped gentrification risk in Austin. And here's Montopolis right here, and you can see that they rated it as most vulnerable. And they included these 5 factors, which do not include flooding risk. And so I would argue that areas in Southeast Austin that are not at risk for flooding are at even higher risk of gentrification. And here are my references, and I would just like to say thank you for listening to my presentation, and if you would like to follow me on my social media, here are my links. And I'd like to turn it back over to Diana and Mitch now.
Thank you, Hunter. I believe now we're ready for questions with whatever time we have left.
How much time do we have left, Deanna?
About 6 minutes.
Okay, great. All right. If anyone has a question, please add it to the chat. I'd like to start with, Deanna shared with me at one point how little the team was able to find in the usual repositories, such as the Austin History Center, regarding Montopolis, despite the fact that Montopolis predates Austin. And I wondered if the team could share a little bit with our audience today about how this more narrow research work on the cemeteries and even floods, if you want to pitch in on this one, Hunter, you know, kind of how is that revealing a broader missing neighborhood history?
Go ahead, Hunter, yeah.
I didn't hear the full question, I'm sorry. Could you repeat it?
I apologize if you're having trouble. Can you hear me okay now?
Yeah, I can hear you okay now.
I apologize. I said that we were talking at the beginning about how little the team was able to find in places like the Austin History Center about Montopolis, the neighborhood, that there really was not much at all in those typical archival repositories about the broader neighborhood history. And I was wondering if you could share a little bit about how this more narrow research you've been doing into the cemetery, or in your case, into the floods, how is that revealing a broader neighborhood history? You know, how is that sort of shedding a light onto the stories of the people, the culture, and the bigger, sort of the bigger story, if you will?
So, yeah, I believe like with the power of GIS, it's a more recent field, and we can kind of reveal patterns that we couldn't see as easily historically. And so for, you know, with the history of Montopolis, for example, we previously had to just rely on what was reported in local newspapers, which tended to not always accurately report on what was going on in these communities. And so having the ability to have just like this hard data to work with and evaluate can paint a much clearer picture about just what sorts of risks communities are facing today, and what potential things we can evaluate in the future with the new sets of data that we have available to us.
And I would like to add that on the other hand, our research into the cemetery really opened up the history on the community. Through our collection of the death certificates and compiling the data to get our historical trends, we were able to see how disproportionately affected this community was during former pandemics. And it's interesting to note that now during COVID, this community is still being disproportionately affected by COVID. So I think it's important to know this history in order to understand where we are now. And so I don't know if Mitch, would you like to add something?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was going to say. I mean, the mapping that I did really kind of shed a light on just the basic, inequality that was going on with the segregated area. And that really had an impact, even though the white community thought, oh, tuberculosis is done, which wasn't the fact. Like, these people were still suffering, and they're still suffering today, like Diana was saying, with COVID being disproportionately affecting them. So I think it just affirms the fact that as a society, we need to really put equity first in everything that we do.
So as a follow-up to that, can we talk a little bit about, when we were preparing for the session today, we were kind of talking about why people live where they do and how, patterns of people moving. And we had this moment where Deanna connected the 1928 city plan during Jim Crow to former pandemics and access to healthcare. Do you guys want to talk a little bit about that sort of long line? Mitch, you showed that slide with hospital access. And I think that's a powerful storyline that I think your research really creates an opportunity to advocate for social justice today. Do you guys want to talk a little bit about that?
I think, Mitch, can you address that one?
Yeah, so it's just, I guess East Austin in particular has been changing so much. I mean, anybody who's been to Austin or is from Austin knows that it's changing by the day. So it's the fact that people have been displaced already because richer people are moving in and they're building and they're taking these places up. People have left Austin, so it's really hard to even make effective change happen to the people who have left. Like that chapter is kind of done, but then we can still address these systematic issues as a city. So I think, especially with COVID and the hospital access issue in particular, a lot of the growth is targeted towards East Austin. That's where the city has prioritized development and planning, because the west side is actually a sensitive water zone. So you can't really build on the west side. So the east side is going to see a lot of growth in the future. So that's why we really want to drive home the fact that they need major hospital access, not little ERs you see on the side of the freeway. They need an actual functioning hospital that really caters to their needs, especially because these communities have been, disproportionately affected by medicine in America over history. So I think targeting that as a health policy, I'm not a health planner, but I'm just thinking making sure that's part of the conversation is very important.
Yeah, I mean, I think as a historian and a planner, acknowledging that segregation pushed people into a space where there wasn't a hospital, and then over decades, no hospital was ever built, is a really important historical inequality. And then to recognize that here we are in a pandemic in 2020, there was a question, about when your research took up and whether it was now. That long line is really, I think, interesting and relevant. We have a question about whether you shared the data with the family, whether you've shared the data with the families, and I know you've talked with some of the families. So how has the response been from the families that you've shared the data with?
I think connecting their experience with the actual data to them has been reaffirming, because they they experienced it. They experienced, like Mr. Monreal said, he remembers all the funerals that he helped with, and showing him the numbers and the research to him has been like, okay, well, it's validating to him, like, we experienced this and it's something that deserves to be acknowledged. And so we've had a positive reaction from the descendants that we've shared this information with.
That's a wonderful place to wrap up. Mitch, Deanna, and Hunter, please share your contact information in the chat. I'm sure people will be having more questions after that Q&A. And we will be moving on to the next talk, which is titled Gendered Nostalgia, Heritage, Memory, and Politics of Deindustrialization. Our presenter is Dr. Magdalena Novoa. Magdalena is Assistant Professor of Urban and Regional Planning at the University of Illinois, Urbana-Champaign. She received her PhD from the University of Texas at Austin. A native from Chile, her interest in historic preservation as a resource for community development has been a sustained topic of her academic and professional experience working in both the public and nonprofit sector in Chile, the UK, and the US. Dr. Novoa is a founding member of the Architecture and Participation Foundation, Aldea. And again, I apologize for any mispronunciations. After her talk, there will be a moderated Q&A by Dr. Carolina Villaroa. Carolina holds a PhD in Spanish literature with a specialization in US Latino literature and women's studies. She's the former archivist in charge of the Mexican American and African American collections at the Houston Metropolitan Research Center at the Houston Public Library. And in 2011, she became a certified archivist through the Academy of Certified Archivists. Her expertise in US Latino culture and literature has been fundamental to her positions at the University of Texas, where she is the Brown Foundation Director of Research of the Recovering the US Hispanic Literary Heritage, a national program whose goal is to identify, preserve, study, and make accessible the written production of Latinos in the United States from the colonial period until 1980. She also teaches literature, research methods, and gender studies at the University of Houston. She and her colleague, Gabriela Baeza Ventura, are co-founders of the first program on US Latino digital humanities. So looking forward to this presentation. And again, throw your questions in the chat for the moderated Q&A immediately after the presentation.
Thank you so much, Sarah, for that introduction. Thank you, Carolina. What a nice coincidence that we are both from Chile, but especially that you're from very close to the place that I'm going to present about. And thank you, Diana, for organizing this wonderful symposium and inviting me to be here back to UT, although virtually, but it's a great pleasure to be here and see some familiar faces. So I will start sharing my screen. And okay. Do you see my presentation okay? Yeah, great. Okay, so today, as Sarah mentioned, I'm gonna present about gender nostalgia, and I will talk about the role of affects and emotions in historic preservation and the importance of understanding the potential, the transformative potential of affects and emotions in historic preservation. So this presentation draws from the engaged scholarship I've been doing in the last 5 years in Lota, more or less, which is an ex-coal mining town in southern Chile that many of you have maybe heard about already from my research when I was at UT. And in this presentation, I will show how Latinas and Latinos mobilize nostalgic memory works as a driving force to organize and challenge official historical narratives and preservation practices that exclude them. Authors investigating affects and emotions in heritage often criticize the connection between nostalgia and heritage tourism, arguing that it frames reactionary conservative forms to the past, then prompting people to engage with a kind of glorified, misremembered version of the past while diminishing critical abilities to enable meaningful participation and engagement. In contrast to that argument, through my experience working with women in Lota, I argue that nostalgia is not inherently conservative, but instead multifaceted, and different actors can use it to put forward either conservative or more progressive agendas. In the case of this community, nostalgia, far from being a negative emotion of engaging with the past and framing heritage sites, it provides residents with a critical tool to envision an alternative for developing their city. So I add to this argument my concept of gendered nostalgia to stress the importance of intersectional approaches to analyze affects and emotions in heritage tourism in this particular case. So this is particularly relevant in industrial heritage sites where rigid gender hierarchies have a long history, but at the same time, it has been disrupted and reconfigured in the context of the industrialization. I will first explain how official heritage narratives mobilize nostalgia to exclude residents' memories and experiences of place. And then I'll show how, in contrast, male and female residents are using nostalgic memory work to create alternative heritage. By showing these two contrasting examples, I hope to highlight the sexual politics of memory and forgetting, and the potentials of gender nostalgia to create space for heritage uses other than those defined by experts or authorities. I suggest that nostalgic memory work can constitute a form of resistance to the erasure or stereotyping of past gender experiences, and people can mobilize it to reassert identities and rights. Okay, to provide some context, Lota is an ex-coal mining town in southern Chile that has suffered the consequences of deindustrialization with the closing of the mine in 1997. Today is one of the poorest areas in the country and one with the highest unemployment rates. The government has also identified Lota as one of the regional cities with more tourism potential, because, as we will see, is one of the areas in the regions with more national monuments and official heritage sites recognized. And this is because since 2007, residents have mobilized to protect, through the available official regulations, places that matter to them. They have seen in heritage and tourism a possibility for economic and social improvement and alternative development to the state failed rehabilitation plans. However, despite many of these heritage designations and official recognitions, which are actively promoted by organized residents, the official accounts of Lota focuses on celebrating capitalist development narratives and also the company founder's legacy, which ignores very often the intersectional experiences and memories of the residents and the landscape of Lota. In this context, there's only one official touristic agency sanctioned by the state that offers the route called Lota Sorprendente, that mostly focuses on the Cauciño family, which were the founders of the coal company in the 19th century. And the routes only includes 4 heritage sites that we see here, which is far less than what is acknowledged by the community and even by official heritage designations. Moreover, the nostalgic evoking of the past through heritage interpretations is framed in fixed gendered representations, romanticizing them and homogenizing them, the various experiences of industrial life. So, for example, as we see here, here are the Isidoras, who guide the visits to the Cauciño Park, which was the home of the coal company founders. And they dress like the 19th century company owner's widow and heir, Isidora Ollonechea, and tell a romanticized history of Lota's past that begins with the founding of the coal company. Their heritage interpretations emphasize Goyonechea's love story with Luis Cauciño, as well as her business efforts in the pottery industry and philanthropic activities, both of which boosted the family's wealth and prestige in the 19th century. At the Chiflón del Diablo, which was one of the first coal pits that operated in Lota and that is also managed by this private agency, men wearing early 20th century miner costumes guide tourists to the pits. So walking crouched through the tunnels of the pit, the guides, which are ex-miners, emphasize an idealized and heroic image of miners confronting the life-threatening depths of the mine to feed their families and contribute to the modernization of the country. So phrases like we sacrifice our life for the progress and modernization of Chile are very common to hear in these tours. So this presentation of the past reenacts a problematic history by telling stories that stress some aspects while ignoring others. For instance, despite the critical role of working class women in Lota's history of political resistance and community building, official heritage narratives perpetuate a rigid system of gender relations and ideology characterized by an embellished male role and the absence of other women besides Isidora Goyenechea. Also, they place the origins of Lota with the founding of the mining company, but doesn't tell the history of the Mapuche that lived in the land before the Spanish colonizers. So these official narratives and representations are authoritative and homogeneous, promoting an image of the past that privilege high culture and racialized narratives, as well as gender stereotypes. And these representations align with the conservative critique of nostalgia and heritage tourism that I mentioned earlier, this kind of stereotype evoking of the past that prompts visitors to remember, only to forget the darker side of Lota's narratives of modernity. So in response to these exclusions, Lota's residents have begun organizing alternative heritage tourism initiatives that are led predominantly by women, although some men are also involved. They tell the history of Lota using a combination of official data that they learned in the local technical education center with personal and collective memories and stories. I will briefly describe 3 of the many grassroots heritage tourism initiatives that exist in Lota to illustrate how memory work and gender nostalgia are mobilized progressively by individuals and groups that have been historically marginalized. So the first one that maybe some of you have already heard about is Descubre Lota Caminando, led by Nelly and Rosa, who introduces themselves as daughters and granddaughters of miners. They offer 5 different historic routes that we can see some of them here in this map, in contrast to the Lota Sorprendente map, that cover more and significantly different places than the official tours. Their routes are filled with oral histories, urban legends, the involvement of locals, and they emphasize on stories of collective struggles for better labor and living conditions, and memories of women's support and care in the neighborhood and places of work. While walking through the city, Rosa and Nelly also stress on women's everyday struggles to find a space to bake bread or wash clothes, and examples of gender violence triggered by the precarious conditions of workers' families and the patriarchal culture that exists in Lota. Descubre Lota Caminando gives visitors the opportunity to listen to the nuances and depths of Lota's residents' lives and histories from a perspective that is far from being idealized like in official accounts. And here is the headquarters of Descubre Lota Caminando, which was a derelict building that they managed to get transferred to them temporarily, and that they restored and used for their activities. The other example is Don Luis, who is a former miner, local poet, and president of the Union of Injured Workers. He offered walks through the former company town and the industrial ruins. So for example, in the industrial ruins, we walk through abandoned buildings, corroded structures, and erasures in the land. And Don Luis explains me all the details of the coal extraction process and the daily routines of the workers. He recalls stories of friendship, accidents, binge drinking, and labor organizing, and he reveals the pain that he feels for what has been lost with the mine's closure. He also resents the changes in labor structures, the loss of a community, declining self-esteem, and the mobilizing force that co-labor represented for men and women in Lota. However, he also tells me that his loss has motivated him to engage in heritage tourism and mobilization, which has allowed him to heal and continue to struggle for social justice and search for other ways to convey his demands. The third example is Paulina with her tourism route, Lota desde el Mar. She presents herself as the daughter of a miner and urban indigenous Mapuche woman. She previously worked on a boat transporting people from a nearby island to Lota, but 2 years ago, inspired by the work of Nelly and Rosa, she developed the idea of leading guided tours of the history of Lota from the sea, as we see here in these pictures. She tells the stories about the life and work on the sea, which is a history that remains mostly unrecognized by official heritage representations and narratives. The trip starts in front of Caleta El Blanco that we see here, where Paulina narrates the hard work of the so-called chinchorreras, a local term that refers to women, usually single mothers or minor widows, that used to go with their children to collect the coal that the mine released in the ocean to sell it and sustain their families. Then, passing by the old wharf that we see here in these pictures, now in ruins, she tells stories about ships, sailors, and prostitutes, and highlight the past life of the cabarets in the lower sector of the city. The trip finishes with a seafood tasting in her headquarters that she built with the help of her family and that she considers a new cultural landmark in the city. Okay, so after this snapshot of Lota's heritage tourism initiatives, the first thing that appears very evident in my research is that female and male narratives of place differ. For example, when visiting the company town, the ways women narrated the experiences of life outside the mine were particularly deep and effective in ways that men were not able to manifest. We have to think that men spend most of the time in their places of work, in the mines, while women were at home or sharing public spaces in the city. Thus, their nostalgic memories reflect how the social-spatial configuration of the city created gender experiences of place that translates into their current grassroots heritage interpretations. While men tend to replicate official representations of women sharing communal spaces like the lavanderias that we see in my right and the public ovens in the left, they really often romanticize these places as spaces for socializing and building community ties, by the never mentioned domestic violence as an important characteristic that has marked Lota's culture and female lives. But as we saw with the examples I gave you before, female-led heritage walks highlight Lota's history from an intersectional and more integral perspective. Their longing for a lost past in many ways constitute a trigger to legitimize their class-based, ethnic, racial, and female identities and provide multiple perspectives about Lota's history. The complexity of their historic roots opposes the idealized and binary representations of the company town expressed in the tours of Lota Sorprendente and reflects the precariousness of the working class that in many ways persists today. As expressed in this quote here, where a woman tells me both the good and the bad about her experiences living in Lota, but also how making sense of that history through heritage has been essential for her present self. And here we also see a picture of a tour guide that they offer collaboratively between many residents called Necropolis, that is dramatized tour, where we see how they include the representation of all the characters of Lota's history, including wealthy and working class people. Nostalgia then serves to make sense of the changing social structure, which is central to identity. This does not mean that this idea excuses injustice or inequality, but instead is a way of making sense of themselves and control the historical narratives to work toward a more just future. Now, when we think about males' uses of progressive gender nostalgia, we have to think that the industrialization has pushed workers to the margins of society. They have lost not only jobs, but also entire lifestyles, including the political space of the workplace and unions that were crucial for shaping their identities as active political subjects. It has also meant an important restructuring of social relations and gender roles, with unemployment redefining their masculinity and introducing a new role for women as workers outside the home. Heritage tourism has constituted an opportunity for former miners to return their pride as hard workers and political actors, and also make sense of the changing gender roles. As we saw in the case of Don Luis, their narrative stressed losses and their sense of isolation when the mine closed, but they also emphasize their desire to continue their unique community and political actions through heritage organizing. At times, former miners replicate nostalgic representations of the coal miners that often align with authorized heritage discourses. However, they also note the devastating effects of the industrialization and recognize the critical role of women in shaping their community and in preserving their heritage today. In summary, former miners use nostalgia as a productive affective practice in which they mobilize emotions to integrate their past and present selves. By nostalgically remembering their past experiences, they reassert their identities through the labor that defined them. However, through that memory work, they also create a distance between the past and the present to better understand both the good and the bad of those experiences and confront the current changing social dynamics. So to conclude, the industrialization has exposed Latinos and Latinas to poverty, marginalization, and a feeling of being erased from history. Developing a sense of nostalgia around heritage empowers this community to retain a sense of pride in the past, which is a powerful tool in the present for political, social, economic, and cultural purposes. Mobilizing gender nostalgia through memory work allows affected women and men to recover values and ideas that they can bring into the present as inspiration to challenge official heritage misidentification, and to propose cultural representations and urban citizenships different from those framed by a post-industrial present. For example, residents engage in memory work as an activist and political tool to create new spaces for inclusion in decision-making that do not formally exist in the current systems of governance, especially for those historically excluded from the sphere of political participation, such as women. In this context, they had articulated a new type of right, the right to heritage, but has allowed them to work towards a new development for LOTA based on heritage and tourism that allows them to escape marginalization and imagine a different future for their city. Finally, adding intersectional approach to the analysis of affects and emotions in planning and preservation allows for a more human approach to understanding people's engagement with the past and how their engagement and agency can shape the built environment. Paulina from Lota Desde el Mar says that heritage has enabled her to make sense of her life history, both the bad and the good, and has allowed her to be a model of female leadership for her two daughters. In her view, heritage has empowered her and given her a role in decision-making in the planning for the city. Both Rosa and Nelly dyed their hair red as a political statement and as a way of consciously carrying and embodying their collective memory in themselves while performing their heritage work. They said that the red is a provocation because it represents the union forces that mark Lota's history of social empowerment. As Latinas, we have always been stigmatized, they say, for being from the red zone. But we don't want to feel ashamed anymore, but use that red force to be proud of where we come from and build the future from there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Magdalena, for representation and such important research and work. We open the forum for questions. I understand that you can ask your questions through the chat. you trigger a lot of memories for me, and you trigger a lot of nostalgia as well. So I truly enjoyed your presentation and your their publication, the article that you sent. I mean, it's for personal reasons, maybe for, I live very close to Lota, so I used to go there, as a tourist, but knowing the history. And the question that I had, I'm coming from literature, right? Baldomero Lillo is a naturalist, who moved social change through his literature on that time. He's a very, very powerful figure in literature in Chile, and his books are part of the core curriculum for everybody, in elementary school. So we have this, I don't know, can you call it dichotomic approach to Lota? Because we know the history of suffering. We hear the stories. I have family too that was from Lota, so the social distance between groups and the owners of the land and the owners of the mines and the workers, right? Those incredible narratives that Baldomero Lillo, so powerful and so intense, represent in his books. And I wonder if you had the chance to talk to tourists that go there, that are from within the country, to have an idea how they approach this, because I remember walking through the gardens, and beautiful gardens, but having this history in the back of my mind. So I'm wondering what is your take if you had to talk to people in that sense?
Yeah, I think like everyone, also because there was a movie made about Baldomero Lillo book, Subterra, I think it is part of the collective memory for sure. And in some sense, visitors come with that idea, but really the interest, I think it's not the interest, but we come with that background in a sense and that knowledge, but at the same time, the official sites that can be visited as tourists kind of hide that history. It's not very evident. Maybe in the only part that it's a little bit more evident and that they make use of Subterra in a way, it's in the Chiflón del Diablo that I show, which is the coal pit. But I don't know, I think like that book is very complex, and that complexity is not really addressed in the tours or in the visits when you go there. And rather it's more focused like in, as I said, like in a very stereotyped image of the miner versus this Isidora Cauciño and this very elitist family in Chile. So I think like all the richness that book has and that narrative has, which is also like a kind of ethnography in a way, is lost by the way that these interpretations are created in the space in a way. And there is also a monument to Baldomero Lillo, for example, in the public space, where there was an old lavanderia, like a wash clothes space. I don't know the name in English. But they don't, there's nothing in it, there's no interpretation. The only way that I got to know that was Baldomero Lillo is because of the tours with the women in Lota, that they explained that to me. So yeah, thank you that's really interesting. Thank you, Carolina.
Thank you. We have two questions in the chat. One is there a book or a website where I can further read about gender nostalgia and this research?
I can certainly share the article that I just published like a month ago. I came up with this notion of gender nostalgia. It's not very much written about it. There are some things in film studies, but not really about heritage. I can share the article with you, Sarah, later. And yeah.
Yeah, and so, I'm sorry, I didn't mention that a question was from Sarah Marson. And then Diana has a question. Do you know if any of these new heritage initiatives are being integrated into the K-12 curriculum?
Yes, that's a really good question, because that's, I think, one of the most important contributions of the grassroots initiatives in LOTA, because they have been working very close with schools, local schools, but also regional schools. That LOTA is like the field work, the field visit that many schools do in the region of Bio Bio. So they have been very they have mobilized a lot to use those spaces to invite schools to visit LOTA through the walks that they do, instead of only going to the Isidora Cauciño Park or the Chiflón del Diablo. And they did an initiative last year where, before COVID, obviously, last year, the year before that, sorry, where they integrated the roots as a formal program part of the curriculum. And that was very successful, both for schools, but also for them, because it was a more stable income for them through their work.
Great. I think we have time for another question, right, Diana?
Yes, we do.
Any other questions? Well, I do have more questions. I want to give people the opportunity to ask questions. So I was wondering something that came out during the question part for the last presentation, and it's about, and I had it in my notes, about how do you approach the divide between the academia and the community? Have you been able to share your work, because it's so important, especially in gender terms, because it can be very useful for these same communities trying to promote change, to validate their work. I mean, unfortunately, that's the way it is, but it will be helpful for them to present these kind of documents and studies and say, you know, we're doing valuable work.
Yeah, so that's a very important question as well, I think. And like my approach, first of all, my route to academia is not traditional. I was a professional. I worked in the National Monuments Council in Chile for 5 years before starting my PhD. So I know the community from that work. And everything that I've done in LOTA has been in collaboration with them. So there's another project that I did with them just before the pandemic, actually, that with a group of 50 women, we did a 5 meters long textile where they embroidered and depicted the history of LOTA from a female's point of view, because that point of view is never shown in official narratives. And they are using that textile to put forward their stories for a plan that the government is developing for nominating LOTA for the World Heritage Site. So those kind of projects are some of the things that I've been doing with them. And obviously, like these research findings and whatever I'm like writing, I always share it with them formally to get that feedback and to know what also they want me to tell about them, because the research that I do is in the context of engaged research. And for me, the most fundamental goal of whatever I do is to really contribute to the goals that these organizations are advancing. And really have a platform for co-producing knowledge with them. So I actually been more in contact with them now because of the COVID. I've been facilitating or helping them facilitate workshops for young people, for example, doing tours online because they can't do it in person. Those kind of things that paradoxically this online environment has allowed me to be like in permanent contact with them and helping in projects through this Zoom environment. But yeah, that's one of the fundamental goals of my own work.
Thank you so much, Magdalena. And I think we ran out of time. Just was
Well,
perfect
thank you.
timing.
Thank you so much for that food for thought, Magdalena and Carolina. Lots of things to consider. Our final presentation before our lunch break is going to be Redemption and Resurrection, a case study of St. John Missionary Baptist Church in Fort Bend County. Our presenter is Dr. Portia Hopkins. Portia earned a bachelor's in history from Texas Christian University in 2006 and a master's in American Studies from the University of Alabama in 2008. Her doctorate is from the University of Maryland in American Studies. She pursued research opportunities all over the world, including the United Kingdom, Ireland, and Spain. Currently, she is pursuing opportunities in research, education, and professional development in the Houston area, while serving as the CLIRDLF, if you know what that acronym is, throw it in the chat, postdoctoral research associate in data curation for the African American Studies at Rice University. She is interested in oral history research, grassroots social movements, and the ways in which African American history is remembered in the 21st century. She has taught courses at the University of Alabama, the University of Maryland, and the University for Houston Clear Lake, and currently teaches American Studies in the honors program at Lee College. The moderator for her Q&A will be Jermaine Thibodeau. Jermaine is a native of 3rd Ward, Houston, Texas. He is currently acting assistant professor of African and African American Studies at the University of Oklahoma. Trained in the Department of History at the University of Texas at Austin, his academic interests include African American history, carceral studies, slavery and capitalism, and Black masculinities. He has published on the role of heteropatriarchy during the early colored conventions movement in Texas, and he is working on revising his dissertation manuscript that explores the long and sordid connections between the Texas sugar industry and the rise of the state's penitentiary system. That project, titled The House That Cain Built: Sugar, Race, and Gendered Formations of the Texas Prison System, 1842 to 1920, centers the commodity of sugar in retelling of the prison system's history, and in doing so, foregrounds Black male convicts and their labor as crucial to the establishment and growth of the Texas carceral landscape. And again, this will be our last presentation before our lunch break. Remember, throw your questions into the chat, and let's take it away, Dr. Portia.
I'm sitting here muted talking to myself. I apologize for that. Is my connection okay? Because if it's not, I can get back on just audio. So can somebody give me it's good? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today and allowing Dr. Thibodeau to moderate this discussion. Both of us are very passionate about the work that we're doing in Fort Bend County. And it's really just refreshing to have a platform to talk about the many varied experiences that African Americans have had in Fort Bend County since Reconstruction. So thank you again. I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So my presentation is entitled Redemption and Resurrection, a case study of St. John Missionary Baptist Church in Fort Bend County. One of the things that is really striking to me anytime I get to talk about St. John is the ways in which the Holy Spirit really leads the discussion. So I'm going to read some, but I might end up getting led in a different direction. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. The work that I'm doing is very much research driven, but it's also spiritually driven. And so it's always just important for me to let people know that in advance. So drive down oil-filled road in Missouri City, Texas on any day of the week, and you might have unknowingly passed a prized piece of African American history. A lone historic marker is all that remains of the former structure of St. John's Colored Missionary Baptist Church. Founded in 1869 by former slaves, St. John has, and still is, firmly rooted in the community in which it serves, despite currently lacking a physical structure. The congregation continues to meet every Wednesday for Bible study and Sunday for worship services in a lone hotel conference room until enough funds are raised to build a new sanctuary. The congregation is proud of the history that the church represents and continues to seek visibility in the community and on the landscape and also in the archive. Albeit small in footprint, the historic church has a rich and powerful history that reveals the trials and tribulations experienced by African Americans in Fort Bend County from 1866 to 1900. This paper emerged from an 18-month longitudinal study of St. John Missionary Baptist Church and the ways in which their preservation efforts serve as both redemptive history and social justice projects. The work of Friends of St. John, which is a nonprofit affiliate of St. John Missionary, pushed back against the preservation practices that had not, or at least tended not, to take into consideration the narratives of African American communities in Fort Bend County. Their work revealed the ways in which Jim Crow practices in Fort Bend County affected St. John's narrative and how it has been shaped through the local and state archives. And even just this past week, like preparing for this presentation, you could also think about the ways in which planning policy has also been shaped by these experiences and the ways that historic churches are talked about in the county in general. Friends of St. John sought to reestablish an archive to tell St. John's story, mainly because their archive was lost in a fire in 2006. And so to give you a little bit of context about the fire occurred in the third structure. So the original structure and the second structure that you're seeing in this picture are no longer present, but the third structure is the one that was set on fire, July 2nd, 2006. No one was brought to justice for that, and the church actually lost their fellowship sanctuary, which again has spiritual undertones to it. And then they also lost their archive. So in a way, it wasn't just that they were attacking the presence of the church, they were also attacking the history of the church. One of the things that's really phenomenal about the congregation is that they still meet, and they were still meeting in that building in 2006 until the time in which the building was actually demolished to build the new sanctuary in 2020. So when I met them, it was in 2014. And they were meeting in this church that had no power, it had no water, it had no plumbing, it had foundational issues, was infested with termites and ants, and yet they were still meeting every Wednesday and every Sunday and carrying on the spiritual business of community as if the attack on the church had not happened. And one of the things that's really remarkable, again, about their story is that these things are not unique to the time period of the early 2000s. They're actually very reflective of the experiences that African Americans had after Reconstruction. And so St. John started trying to build this archive through their nonprofit organization, their subsidiary, Friends of St. John. And because the majority of the records were lost in 2006 to that arson I had mentioned, they actually had to go back into the state and local and county archives to try to discover where St. John had been recorded in those histories. So they're looking at different types of records. And it's important for you to recognize that when they started doing this work in 2011, late 2011, early 2012, none of the congregates were familiar with how to research in a county archive. They weren't familiar with GIS or any type of genealogy, local research, nothing. So they're literally learning as they go. Elderly people that are not necessarily the most savvy in technology are now trying to navigate these systems, both local and county and state, in order to find their church in the archive. So it really does speak to the type of passion that the congregation had about reclaiming that history. they had a few goals. Their short-term goals for the project including raising awareness of the church's storied history as part of the fundraising campaign and securing a historic marker from the state of Texas. And for those that are in preservation, you know how difficult that can be. As the project progressed, two long-term goals also emerged. First, to collaborate with institutions across the state and county to elevate St. John's profile as a historic African-American church. And then also to create an archive from documents and ephemera of St. John's past to broaden public history discussions about African-American experiences in Fort Bend County during the last half of the 20th century, 19th and 20th century. Particularly, the community searched for documents that spoke to its founding in 1869 and illustrated where the church's history intersected with the history of Fort Bend County. Through their recruitment of local researchers, public scholars, local architects, these collaborative relationships with nearby universities and also larger, the faith community called them mega churches, right? It helped to aid in their mission. And so they were constantly looking for ways in which they can elevate the church's status and the visibility of the church in their narrative, but also looking for ways in which they could encourage that collaboration through partnerships with universities and some county officials, actually. Some of these gaps had emerged from the archive, and some of these gaps were efforts to identify and preserve local records that did not materialize in the Texas counties until the 1920s. And so a lot of the research that they were doing, there just weren't records of the church because they were not cataloging African-American stories in that way for the time period that they were looking at. And so what we did have, this is a picture of the church. You can see the fellowship hall that was burned in the background. What we did have is a lot of like oral histories, and from those oral histories and family circle storytelling circles that we did, we were able to start to reconstruct this archive. We found some historic maps, which are kind of cool. This was from 1932. And if you're familiar with Fort Bend County, you know that this is a heavy agricultural area, particularly in the early 20th century. And so a lot of these large plantations turned into large scale industrial operations that were like churning out sugar and cotton, right? And so you have these large maps that the county has from that time. And then when you look on the map, you'll see these little houses and things that are dotted there. And most certainly it would be important for a person that's looking at maps in the 21st century to know where St. John is for the research that we're doing. But in 1932, it's very interesting to me that they would include Negro church and school. And so we did have these moments in which we were able to find St. John in the archive, but a lot of times the ways in which they were cataloged were in such a way where they were misrepresented. Okay, I think that's the kindest way to say that. They were misrepresented. In the archival community, and also you see a lot of this in like media studies, they will call this symbolic annihilation, where communities are misrepresented or trivialized within the archive. And so you have to think about the type of work that these community members, these congregation members are doing in 2000, 12, 13, 14, 15, before they started to gain these collaborations with universities. They're looking in the archive and they're looking for records that would celebrate their church's history, that would talk about that history in a positive light. And instead they're finding Negro church and school on a map. They're finding negative representations of African Americans in general in Fort Bend County in the archives. And so it does take, in a way, like a psychological it takes a psychological effect on you when you're doing this type of research. And one of the things that some of the elders would tell me was that they always felt the presence of the Holy Spirit with them when they were being directed through this research. And so when they would hit a roadblock, they would come back, they would talk about it as a community, they would pray about it, and the Holy Spirit would reveal to them, this is the new way that you need to go. And I experienced this multiple times when I was researching with them, including the first time that I actually met the church members. It was kind of this serendipitous divine intervention where I had like gone to this church and by the invitation of one of the elders, and it's a small church. There's like, at that time, there were about 17 members. And they asked what I did. And I told them, I'm a researcher, I'm working on my PhD at that time. And they asked, well, what are you researching? I said, African-American history. And they said, you got a topic? And I said, not really. And so we ended up developing this relationship. And when they speak about me in their narrative, they also talk about how that Holy Spirit both led me to them and how the Holy Spirit led them to me. And so it's very much a spiritual project as much as it is an archival research project. Okay. St. John is part of a larger connection, network rather, of Black churches in Fort Bend County. This map was done by an architect. His name is Gabriel Quaylar, who is working on this research before I joined the team. And if you look, you can see that there are several churches that were not only in Fort Bend County, but several churches that were victims of arson, several churches that were demolished, and some even still have their original structures. And so St. John really does become part of this like larger narrative of Fort Bend County, and their story becomes a microcosm for the experiences that African Americans had in the late 19th century. So when I came on to the project, one of the things that I was interested in doing is seeing where else St. John would emerge or reveal itself in different types of sources like newspaper clippings, maps, etc. And so this portion, I just want to show you quickly some of the things that we found very, very early on that described the experiences that African Americans had in Fort Bend at the time. Fort Bend's described as a murderer's retreat, that it's lawless and it's ran by lawless people, and that it's incredibly dangerous for African Americans. And you have to remember at this time, and I have some statistics for you, the population of African Americans in Fort Bend County as compared to whites in Fort Bend County is like 4 to 1. The demographic statistics reported by the Department of Commerce and Labor Bureau stated that the population of Black to white residents between 1880 and 1900 was 7,508 Black residents to 1,872 white residents in 1880, 9,380 Black residents, or excuse me, 8,981 Black residents to 1,605 white residents in 1890, and then 5,000 white residents by 1900, but there was nearly 11,000 Black residents by 1900. So the ratio of Black to white is already 4 to 1, in some cases 3 to 1, right? And so what you start to see are state and local institutions start to really press down on the African American community, not only binding them to the land through sharecropping contracts and convict leasing, but also really limiting their movement in what they were even allowed to do in Fort Bend. And, you know, if you're students of history or just students of planning, you know how damning this can be and dangerous this can be for marginalized communities. One of the things that the church and I stated this before, that they were really interested in doing was trying to understand that foundation, that founding narrative. And so we were able to locate a account book from the original slave owner. So to give you a little bit of context, Thomas Waters DeWalt was a slave owner in Fort Bend County. His property was valued at like $14,000 in 1860. He had slaves on both the 1850 and 1860 slave schedules. Came from South Carolina. Anyway, so he kept, as most slavers did, meticulous records. And in 1866 through 1874, we actually have records of how he was running his plantation after the Civil War. And a lot of the enslaved peoples that were there ended up staying on the plantation and working as sharecroppers. And so like in the census, you'll see like they'll say they worked on shares. We were able to locate two individuals. One, his name is Alfred Woods, and then Green Woods, which is one of his male relatives, is also listed in the account book. And so what I did here was just take a snippet of this book to show you what types of things the Woods are buying, that Alfred's going to marry his wife in 1867. So he's bringing somebody new to this environment, right? And that one of the things that we're really going to start to see is that there's going to be moments in which African Americans are going to have, there are going to be moments in which they're going to resist or buck that system, right? We see this with Rachel, where she's like, I'm not going to go to work. I'm going to miss work. You can charge me. And then she's going to end up negotiating for a better wage on a neighboring plantation. And then we also see in 1873 that Alfred Wood was able to purchase land. And so it says at the very bottom, for land out where he lives on land. And so one of the really fascinating things about this particular document, it's twofold. On a meta level, I found this document because somebody in the library walking out had heard me talk about Fort Bend County and Thomas Waters DeWalt and the slaves that he owned. And this person said, oh, his account book is held in San Antonio at the time by the Daughters of the Texas Revolution. Never saw this person again. But they said that, and I called, and sure enough, it was there. And in 2 days, it was at my house because they scanned it and sent it to me. So in a way, that was definitely divine intervention. And when I was relaying this to the pastor at the time, he was like, God is with you when you're doing this research, because he knows that the struggles that we've been in. But also what I really love about this document is that it's in DeWalt's pen. And so you start to see not only the types of things that he's documenting, but it reveals the ways in which African Americans are living their lives at this time. And I think often when we think about these historic records, we see them in the archive, we're very disconnected from the experiences of the people that are living this every day. And so when you start to see like, okay, they bought a pencil, well, what would that likely suggest? That they're learning how to read and write, right? That Rachel is able to negotiate her wage. Well, what does that suggest? That she has a skill set that is desired, and that desire is able to allow her, even in the most minor ways, to try to negotiate her own wage, right? And the fact that Alfred is able to purchase land when at this time, 1880, like 1.3% of African Americans even owned land. And so he becomes part of 1870, sorry. So he becomes part of this narrative. Another piece, when we start looking at the newspaper articles, and this just goes back to that idea that this was a murderous, dangerous place, African Americans who were starting to purchase land, learn how to read and write, establish churches, establish schools, often were the targets of violence. And it was not only recorded in the newspaper and in many ways like sensationalized. There's a lot of literature now about the ways in which African Americans are described in the newspaper, but also it's kind of like bloodlust, like, ooh, what happened to him, right? He was rife with gun balls. He was rife with bullets. And so you start to see that the communities in which they're building are not just spiritual communities, but they're really communities of survival. And a very good colleague of mine, Andrea Roberts, studies these freedom colonies across the state of Texas. And one thing that you really start to hear when you listen to those oral histories are the narratives of perseverance and resiliency that these African Americans had as they're purchasing land and building schools and creating churches, that they are really grounded in their faith, but they're also very much focused on the future for their children. Another thing that we were really fortunate to find was a deed record for St. John, and a gentleman that ended up on multiple sources was a gentleman named John Fields. And so John Fields was a person who was not just a trustee to the school, but he was also very prominent in the church community in the 1880s and 90s. And so it makes perfect sense that he would be selected as a trustee for the school that they're going to have in DeWalt at St. John. And so when you start to see these things, and again, these were not things that I was aware of as a researcher. When I came on to this project, it was literally like a data dump. They were like, here's all this stuff that we found, like, help us tell the story. They were looking for names, and they were looking for points in which they could find St. John in the narrative. And often there were just these little kernels. And so through our oral history research and also through some archival research, we were able to not only determine who John Fields was, but also reconstruct his story, that he owned property, both personal and land, that he was married, that he had small children, that he worked on shares, but later picked up a trade, right? Like, these are all different types of things that we were able to find from this initial research. Another thing I wanted to point out, if you ever come down to Fort Bend County, go to the George Ranch Library and dig around in their special collections. They do a really nice job down there, but they're definitely underfunded. And the archivist there is incredibly knowledgeable, but also super overworked. And so there were points in times where both of us were just in the back, digging through records, trying to figure out, okay, what goes with this box, because there's no metadata and it's not labeled. And so through that excavation, we found these county records for the St. John School. This one's dated 1881. So if you do the math, you think about it, the church is founded in 1869. By 1881, they have a school there that's servicing 85 children, and 65 of them at the start of the term could not read. So when we think about the ways in which the community is really invested in their church, their school, that sense of belonging to create that safe space, you can see it as early as 1869 when the church is founded, but you also start to see it in the documents as early as 1881. How much time do I have? Am I doing okay? A little bit of time?
We have about 6 minutes till the lunch break.
Okay, so let me finish this part and then we can do like questions. So St. John is currently has been demolished. They still have their marker. They still do their church anniversaries. They still do their archives. But the physical structure that you see here was actually demolished because they're in the process of building a new sanctuary. And remember, I told you that there were collaborations at the beginning of this with universities and churches and stuff. Well, sometimes those collaborations fall through. And so what once we thought was going to be the case is now not the case. And so they're still in the process of rebuilding. And COVID has taken a huge toll on it. As I can imagine, it's taken a toll on so many of us and our research. but they're still here and they're still like standing
doing
by
that, I asked myself
their
the
faith.
question. I say, test of time. How do you endure a test of time? What motivates an individual to go on and on and on and never complains about it? What is it that behooves a person to do that which is right when wrong is being done? The only thing I can think about is a scripture that comes from the book of Ephesians. I'm going to do this very quickly and go to my seat. And of course, I look at the main scripture today, which is Malachi 3:16, and it talks about a remnant of people. The word remnant means a small amount, or a small piece, or a small amount of people. And God was talking about Israel, some of Israel that had decided to hold on. And you have people today that have made a decision, regardless of what it looks like and what it seems like and the difficult times that we have, I'm going to hold on. And looking back all the way to 1869, I could only imagine the test of time, the endurance, the durability that these individuals had to continue on up to the year of 2014. September 18, something that's going down in the history books, or should be going down in the history book, all the way back to 1869. And I haven't read anywhere in the books of history books of Texas about St. John and what it's going through, and one of the first organizations establishing Fort Bend. I haven't seen it anywhere, but yet today it lives in this day and time.
Okay, I'll stop it right there because you gonna get the spirit if you keep going. I think we have time for some questions. I'm sorry, I tend to ramble. I get really excited anytime I get to talk about the church. So
not a problem. I don't know if this is my cue to take over.
Heck yeah, it is.
Okay, so if you all have questions, would you drop them in the chat? And I see a few here, and some of these questions align with questions that I also had for Dr. Hopkins. So I'd probably, I'll sort of meld my questions with what I'm seeing over in the chat. So Dr. Hopkins, great presentation, very interesting, and I'm always thrilled to learn more about African-American history in the Sugar Bowl. I wanted to know, and I think the question posed by Mitch, it sort of gets at this as well, Mitch Ford, the significance of recovering the histories of Black churches and communities like Fort Bend County, right? Communities that have long histories of being Black majority communities, but you wouldn't really recognize them as such today, right? We know Sugar Land, Missouri City, as rather affluent, white or multiracial communities, and sort of the Black history piece has largely been erased or ignored to some degree. So I guess the question that Mitch Ford posed in the chat and the one that I'm asking are pretty much the same. So, what is gained when those histories, like the histories of Black churches like St. John's, what's gained when those histories are recovered and preserved?
yeah, this is such an important question. And when I teach about Reconstruction, it's one that I really try to get the students to understand. I think the first part of that question is, it's so important to understand the whole of history and understand how things are very much interconnected. And what we do when we erase church history, Black history, Latinx history, et cetera, what we do when we erase those histories is we're essentially saying to ourselves and to whomever else is studying about this time period that those stories don't matter. And those narratives don't feed in and fit in this perfect little box of how we want to see Fort Bend, Texas, Houston, Missouri City, et cetera. They don't fit very neatly into that little box. And I tell my students that's really a disservice to you, because the goal of a historian is to uncover the truth. And so we're truth tellers. You know, we're going to tell you the truth, whether you like it or not. Now, the truth might not be pretty. It might be painful. It might be difficult to process. You might need to take some time to do that, but we're going to tell you the truth. At least a good historian will. And so, you know, I have a friend who's in Fort Worth. He's doing this work on lynching. And it's like, God, nobody wants to talk about lynching. But guess what? We have to tell those stories. And so I think that in preserving these narratives, these celebratory narratives, because a lot of times what we hear about African Americans are the negative things, you know? You can turn on the news right now and hear a whole bunch of negative things about the African American community. But when we celebrate these stories, celebrate these moments of resiliency where people are intentionally forming community and intentionally working towards a common and future goal, those really are part of the American story. Those really are part of that American dream. And so when you say those stories aren't important, what you're actually saying is that community is not important, because this story is very much a part of that larger American dream narrative that we perpetuate through the K through 12 system.
Great. Are there any other questions that people may have?
I'd just like to interject quickly to be mindful of everybody knowing what the timeline is. Technically, our lunch break has started, and then it'd be 12:40 Texas time that you return. But you know, I'm not going to stop you all from having a great Q&A over lunchtime. Everybody can, you know, bring their lunch to their computer. But yeah, enjoy the conversation. It's been great being an MC, but I have to run to a different meeting. Thanks,
Wonderful.
everyone.
Well, I'm willing to stick around with Dr. Hopkins if she is willing to hang out for a little bit and continue the conversation. I don't know, Dan, should we just carry on?
Yes, please continue.
All right, wonderful. So in your paper and in your remarks, I don't think you did mention some of the struggles with the archives and some of the complicity of the archives for not necessarily containing a lot of information pertinent to the church. I mean, you did find a significant amount of related materials, but in your written remarks, I was drawn by the conversation about, actually circled it and said, oh, I'm stealing this, and I'll cite portions. Symbolic annihilation, right? So if you could just, talk for a little bit about sort of what, some historians call, the violence of the archive, and sort of reconstituting some of these histories of marginalized people. What kinds of things shocked you in your initial quest to uncover as much as you could about St. John's?
Oh man, that's a good question. So what comes to mind immediately is how scattered all the data is. And, as researchers, we know you're going to have to go to multiple places. You can't just sit on your rump at home and be researching. But I was just so taken aback by, okay, there's like a little piece of it here, and then like I gotta go to San Antonio to get this other piece, and like, okay, this lady has some stuff in her attic, so if you can get up there and the birds don't get you, you can have it. Like, it was just really shocking to me how scattered everything was. And then also there were experiences that I had where I was met with resistance from people that were gatekeepers. And what I mean by that is people that knew how to access information, knew where to point me to information, but did not want to give me that information. And so often, not all the time, but often I was met with, cute little grad student wants to do some research. Great. What are you going to tell about? And I'm like, well, I want to tell the story of African Americans during Reconstruction and how they survived violence and terrorism. I'm like, oh, I don't want to hear about that. I'm like, okay, I want to tell the story of the industrialization of sugarland. now the flood doors open, you know? Right. And so I think, and I don't want to say that that's everyone, because that was not my experience everywhere. But in some places, there are some people who, as gatekeepers, will be so invested in protecting that white supremacist idea of what Texas is. And I think that's so dangerous. And I think we have to be very careful about how we are collecting information that supports white supremacist agendas. You know, I'm just going to say it. Like, that's what's happening. Right. And the other thing I think, because of how symbolic annihilation works, is sometimes people are not at all ill-intentioned or ill-mannered, but they just don't see it as important. Right. And so I think if you've ever, I'll use this example. If you've ever been to like a garage sale and you're like, why are they selling this? This is only $5. Okay. I don't want to like tip them off that this is really like $35, but I'm going to buy it for $5. Like, people don't realize what they have, and so they throw it away. People don't recognize it as important history, so they toss it away, they neglect it. Sometimes stuff, natural disasters, you know, we're flood prone in Houston, so stuff gets flooded, they don't replace it, they don't digitize it. Sometimes they don't have the resources to digitize it. Or in the George Ranch case, they're understaffed, they're underfunded. And so they have one person, at the time I was doing this research, that's digging around back there trying to do all of this labor. And it's exhausting, and there's only so much you can do. And often the work that gets prioritized is the work that tells the story and supports the story that Sugar Land is an industrial area, and we've created this wonderful suburb of Houston, as opposed to people are getting murdered over here. You know, schools were getting burned down over here. They were afraid to come to Fort Bend a lot of times. They had to call in the cavalry to try to help a lot of these situations. Like, people don't want to hear those stories. Right. And so I think they get buried in the archive, you know, and then when you bury things in the archive, it takes people like you and me and Diana and so many other people to start poking around and asking questions. And sometimes those gatekeepers keep that gate shut. You know, it's like, I have found, if you ask the same question in multiple ways, you usually will get the answer you're looking for. So.
And, all right, last question, because I know people want to go chomp on crusty tuna sandwiches. I just wanted to know what's next for St. John's Missionary Baptist Church. There's a movement afoot in Sugar Land, and I think in greater Fort Bend County, to do as much as possible to commemorate the, I guess, lost or rarely told history of, you know, Black Fort Bend County. So what's next for the church?
They're continuing to be part of the Juneteenth celebration. Missouri City has a very large and storied Juneteenth celebration that they do every year. So they're continuing to add programming to that. They're still fundraising, looking for opportunities to fundraise so that they can build their new sanctuary. And, you know, they're trying to grow their congregation. A lot of their congregation are fixed income, older Black folks that, you know, I'm not going to be here forever. So but they still want the church to continue. And so, you know, they did this was pre-COVID, but they did like a Bible, what is it? Bible Bowl for the kids. Right. And it was mainly people's grandkids, but some of the kids from the community came, you know, and so just trying to get that word out that, you know, we're here. We might not be in the physical, just like the Holy Spirit. I might not be here in the physical sense, but I'm here all the time. Like, come on in, the water's warm. So I'm really just excited to share this research. And I will tell you, probably when you watch this recording again, you'll be like, that girl just rambles on. And I know it, because I'm so excited about the work that I'm doing. And I'm so excited about the stories that we get to tell as historians about this time period. So
thank you, Dr. Hopkins. And I think we'll end there so that people can go and enjoy what's left of their lunch break. Thank you.
Jermaine, it was so good to see you.
I know, we will see each other soon. I hope.
It was good to see you. I never get to see you.
With those shots.
Thank you.
Thank y'all. And we are now in lunch, and we will be back at 12:40. Thank y'all. Welcome back, everyone. I would like to now introduce our afternoon Master of Ceremonies, Dr. Betsy Frederick Rothwell. Welcome. And Betsy Frederick Rothwell is a recent graduate of the doctoral program in architectural history and preservation at the School of Architecture at the University of Texas at Austin. Her dissertation, Airs, Bodies, and Building Technologies, 1830 to 1930, investigated architectural space with disciplinary tools from the history of technology and the history of medicine, looking at the intersections of building environmental systems and physiological theories in the 19th and 20th centuries. Before coming to Texas, Betsy received her professional degree in architecture from the University of California at Berkeley and worked as an archivist, preservation specialist, and design and construction project manager. Betsy's current research interests include technology's effects on design and inhabitation, the human rights implications of building technology, and preservation's role in environmental movement. Welcome, Betsy.
Great, thank you so much. I'm so excited and honored to be here. Thank you for such a wonderful program. I was here this morning and listening to these wonderful talks, and am proud and happy to introduce you to the speakers for this afternoon. Just to reorient you, if you were here this morning or if you're just joining us right now, kind of the format for the afternoon. We have a number of speakers. Each session will be about 30 minutes. And after each one, we'll have a little bit of time for Q&A, and that Q&A will be moderated by a special invited guest. And so you're welcome to, throughout the presentations, to type any questions that you have into the chat box, and our moderator will review those and present them to the speakers. You can direct them to the group, or if you choose to direct them directly to the moderator, you can do that as well. But our moderator will be sort of managing the questions afterwards. I'll be trying to manage our time. We do have a number of wonderful speakers, and make sure everyone has ample time to present their ideas, and we have some time to converse about them. So I'll introduce our first speakers, Noor Wardani and Yunus Abu Kazam. They're both associated with the theater group Laban, and I'll tell you about that first, and then I'll introduce them individually. So Laban is a nonprofit civil organization founded in 2009 and based in improvisational theater. Laban utilizes improv theater, interactive theater, playback theater, and theater of the oppressed in its civil work to support and serve all righteous issues of the Lebanese society. And Noor and Yunus's talk today is entitled Embodied Memories and Healing Through Performance Art. And it'll be moderated by Lillian Arani, and I'll introduce you to them right now. So Noor Wardani is an improvised theater actress, physical therapist, and humanitarian actor in the health field. She graduated from university with a BA in physical therapy and accomplished her higher education with a master's in psychosomatic. Noor has wide experience in the health field and is specialized in disability rehabilitation. She worked as a physical therapist with people with physical and mental challenges for more than 10 years, later to become a technical advisor for many centers of rehabilitation. She started her theater journey in 2012 with Laban as an improvisational theater actress. And later in 2013, she started her path in playback theater as an actress and later as a conductor of the performances. Now in Laban, she is a trainer in playback theater, a capacity building trainer using theater tools, and a financial manager. Speaking with Noor will be Yunus Abu Kazam. Yunus is a theater practitioner and a technology professional, a Bachelor of Science graduate in information technology. He works as an IT professional and consultant. He's done so since 2012 with various companies and NGOs. Currently, he is finishing his BE in telecommunications. And since 2015, he is a member of the Laban Live Galactic Culture, an NGO based in Lebanon that uses theater as a medium for social and political change. He is trained in playback, forum, improv, and scripted theater as an actor and lighting technician. Eunice has been Laban's media manager since 2018, facilitating the organization's transition to digital platforms and supporting its IT infrastructure. And again, the title of their talk is Embodied Memories and Healing Through Performance Art. And before I turn the symbolic microphone over to them, I also want to introduce our invited moderator for this session, Lillian Arani. Lillian has taught in public and private schools in Texas and New York for 15 years and has been an empirical researcher on the benefits of movement therapy and frontal lobe function in Alzheimer's, dementia, Parkinson's, and high level of depression patients. Lillian obtained a BA in Public Relations and Communication Sciences and Disorders from the University of Texas at Austin, and an MS in Biobehavioral Movement Science and Education at Teachers College, Columbia University. Since 2011, Lillian has researched the benefits of dance therapy, specifically on Alzheimer's and Parkinson's patients, and is en route to her dance therapy license from the Harkness Dance Center. Before relocating to Houston, she served as a founding creative movement teacher at Teachers College Community School in Harlem. And she was also a ballet teacher at the Dwight Early Childhood School in Manhattan. And she is currently working at an independent school in Houston, Texas. So I want to welcome and thank all of our speakers and moderators this morning. And I will symbolically hand over the microphone, and I look forward to this presentation.
Thank you so much, Betsy. Thank you, everyone, for attending. And thank you, Lilian and Diana, for facilitating this and for this very nice opportunity. So I'm going to talk a bit about Laban, what we do, what our work revolves around, and what our activities are. I am sharing my screen right now. And so we are a theater-based grassroots organization. We work on spreading improvisational theater and its forms around Lebanon. Our main aim is to create safe spaces for individuals, collectives, and communities to express themselves freely and engender change within our own society. We are a group of highly motivated young individuals. We come from very diverse professional, societal, national, educational backgrounds, and we are bound together by a sense of community and teamwork. That is the root of our work ethic and art forms. Improvisation theater, as many of you might know, is something that is really deeply rooted into teamwork and collaboration. These are a lot of photos of our work and activities all around Lebanon. Our main theatrical form is playback theater, which is an improvised theater form in which audience members share stories and watch them reenacted on the spot by a team of actors. We offer live and online performances, community shows with local partners and INGOs, playback introductory courses, and format-intensive workshops in which participants learn the basis of playback theater and are able to perform after they finish the course. Forum theater is based on the theater of the oppressed. It is a format created by Augusto Boal, where audience members are presented with a performance, a play that has talks about some issue that is being confronted in this society or community, and they will try to address them directly by interfering with the performance, which means replacing one of the actors in the performance to try to propose a solution. We offer trainings and workshops in forum theater, and we offer community performances, often in tandem with playback theater, as a vehicle to collect stories and issues, which means we collect the stories using playback theater performances, and then we assemble them and assemble these issues into one script that will be then played in front of the community itself using forum theater. Improvisational theater is the basis and the core of our work. It is our first learned art form. It's based around teamwork, play, innovation, and has been the drive of our organization's spirit and progress. We offer improv play shops and trainings. We offer live and online performances under different formats: Maestro Improv, long form improv, political, the Herald, custom-based improv trainings as well, towards schools, different groups, partners, NGOs who would like to do team building or to deepen their internal relations as a team. We do fundamentally focus on the spaces. Our studio was one of these spaces that we deeply love, and we believe in its importance. We in a country that has been fragmented and divided and really plagued with, if I might say, with individualism and this strong divide between people, there is an importance in creating welcoming environments and free platforms for self-communal and societal expression, free of judgment and oppression, that will catalyze a positive transformation for eventual change. The studio welcomes workshops, trainings, rehearsals, and performances by underground artists that are searching for a space to perform in or to use into developing their own art and their own performance. We are exploring the online space further and further ever since the pandemic started. And we have reached out to a lot of different communities around the world, and it has been a surprising and positive impact on the organization with the newly gained ability to touch audiences that speak in our language, Arabic, all around the world. That was one of them. Today's Lebanon is a difficult. It's going through a difficult time. We have been through so much ever since 2019, where the first fissures of our first cracks started to show in our system and in our society. The revolution started, and the financial crisis came along with it. We had we suffered from the coronavirus pandemic in 2020, as the world did, and we got hit pretty hard, especially in the last couple of months. Definitely, this is a nation that has been struggling to reconcile or to dialogue with its past, with the unhealed civil war wounds, the explosion that really devastated Beirut and has deeply impacted each and every individual in this country. And from that came a big collective trauma and freeze, basically, that really put a country in a stasis that has not been ever dealt with properly. And the country is still sliding down into deeper and deeper crises. This consecutive and collective trauma has forced Lebanese people to be in a certain position in which the ownership, we don't own our memory, which is a very, we don't own our past, which is something when we dissociated from and we stop having a sense of agency in the system that we are part of. The people in power abuse this lack of ownership, abuse this lack of sense of agency, and hijack it to their own personal gain and to get more control over the society. The individualization brought on by capitalism, by laissez-faire capitalism, which is very damaging, and as well as civil war memory that has been individualizing people, and generally this has been affecting our society for a long time, has made it really hard for people to trust each other and to work together and to form collectives, which is the basis of a healthier society. I'll hand over to Noor right now.
So playback is an art form that relies on people sharing their stories, and those people are called tellers. And those persons sharing their stories within the performance, we call them tellers. So playback is based on true stories shared by those tellers and embodied by our actors, who are a very professional and qualified team. We use this tool so the teller can regain ownership of his memories. And this is a process that's kindly similar to catharsis. It offers the teller a reconnection with his past and maybe a new perspective, a new hope, maybe sometimes in some cases, and definitely creates a very big social empathy between people, and especially when we are talking about community performances, when we target people who are living in the same environment or going through similar conditions. Through playback process, the audience members regain empathy towards each other, because as Yunus mentioned before, the Lebanese context is very complicated, and we have very diverse communities who are living through all these difficulties together, yet they are not on the same ground, or do not empathize towards each other. So we try by this to bring them together and tell them that you are going through all of this together, maybe trying to give them, to build trust between them, to remove judgment and prejudgment. So automatically creating a free space without judgment, where people are comfortable to share their stories and being heard. So mainly these are the aims, general aims of playback: creating a safe space for people to share, embodying their stories, because we believe that when you see your story outside your body, it's kind of relieving, it's healing, especially when we are talking about hard and heavy emotions. So seeing it outside your body maybe makes it lighter to carry. And narrative reticulation, which is basic in creating communities, and it's been since ever a very rooted activity in the Oriental and especially Arabic communities, and we're losing it day after day. We are trying to rebuild this ritual in our community by creating consecutive and repetitive performances, and trying to create communities that are gathered together based on the experience and the feelings and the stories, especially the stories. We have worked and targeted different communities, definitely refugees, Syrian, Palestinians, and sometimes Iraqis who are really present in Lebanon in different places. We targeted them. We went to their camps or gatherings to hear their stories. We worked with different partners to reach out for women and girls, for targeting different topics, children and their parents, families, ex-fighters. We worked with different organizations and NGOs, local and international, with the ex-fighters. And by ex-fighters, we mean those who were fighting in the civil war from 1975 till 1990 in Lebanon, which was a very aggressive event and war in Lebanon. We also worked with the LGBTQ plus community, migrant workers who are really marginalized and violated in their human rights in Lebanon. We worked with school and university students on different topics, especially cyberbullying, video games addiction, hygiene, sexual harassment, and awareness. Marginalized communities in general, and here I want to talk about a person with disability, drug addicts, maybe those people living in very far rural areas, which are really still rural and not modern now in Lebanon. People affected by the August 4th explosion, the Beirut blast, definitely. Communities affected by violent extremism. And here I want to mention people who suffered from terrorism and extremism, and people who were doing terrorism and extremism, not them directly, but their families and their community, and regions with a history of intersectarian conflict, because even if in 1990 the civil war ended, still we had like a small and mini wars, we call them here, happening non-stop in Lebanon till the moment in specific areas, and we work there to bring people together. Topics that we usually try to advocate for and to talk about are intercommunal relations, social cohesion between conflicted communities, women's rights and access to resources, legal, health, and women's rights, family protection and gender-based violence and protection of girls, early marriage, childhood oppression, migrant workers' rights, aftermath of the blast, and the memory of the civil war, and many, many more topics. Thank you so much.
Thank you for listening.
Well, now we have several minutes for questions, and I invite them. You can put them into the chat, or obviously you can also speak them as well. We have Lillian here as our moderator, so she can kind of mentor the questions in the chat, as well as if she has some questions that she wants to begin with, you're welcome to do that as well. But I look forward to our conversation.
I'm going to give you guys a moment. Okay, I'm going to start off. One of my questions was, Laban launched officially in 2009. How did you guys come together as a group? Did you know each other already, or were you guys all part of the same kind of movement, or have, you know, shareable history? Just wondering how you guys came about.
Okay, let me please answer this.
Sure.
Can you hear me? Okay, you can hear me. So Laban officially started in 2009, but it was there 5 years before. It started by an innovation of 3 or 4 friends who were interested in improv after watching a show in Dubai, and then they learned it and asked an international trainer to give them a training and started doing improv for fun. It was only happening for them to enjoy their time. But after that, they started giving workshops and trainings for people in improv theater. And some of those trainees decided to join. And this was the process of creating a troupe. Later on, after the fast escalation in the Lebanese conditions started, they believed that this art form should be taking its place, because we have a very big problem in the cultural and artistic field now in Lebanon. So they launched it as a official troupe, and got it registered as an NGO that later on adapted different tools in social work. So people usually join Laban after receiving a training in improvisational theater or playback theater. And when they join, they will have to take the other training.
Okay, wow, lovely. Thank you. Carly had a question from the chat saying, I am wondering if or how the selection of performance spaces has played a role in your work. I think everybody can see it in the chat.
Yeah, that's an interesting question, because our art forms really have a very high flexibility in being in any space. And the idea that playback theater really can be done with, I always forget, 6 chairs, 7 chairs. That's all we need to be in a space. That's all they need. And the spaces have always been, especially in community performances, where we leave our studio and we head on to a location in a village or in a town or in a city, in different location, has always had mostly a very communal space. We have performed in the living room of an apartment with 20 people crammed in a little room, which was a very, very intimate and communal space. We have performed in the largest theater in Lebanon, which we had a very big distance between us and the audience. Definitely in playback theater, especially in playback theater, distance plays a role. We prefer not to have an elevation between us and the audience, not more than, let's say, 6 inches. Because more than that, it's too far, it's too distant, and us and the audience, we need to connect on an intimate level to tell them that you have a role and you have an agency in the performance. I don't know, but playback theater as well has this magical ability of welcoming the audience inside its own space, because once we start the part of the long stories in our performances, people or audience members join in with us on stage to share their story, and they will be seen by the entire audience as part of the stage itself. I hope I answered your question.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah. I imagine you have to be very adaptable and flexible to many different spaces, but it's interesting to hear like what kinds of spaces don't work for that work. And yeah, I guess you said it like a traditional stage where you have such a elevation difference doesn't lend itself to your intentions there. And
yeah, exactly. That's the only thing that we might like just prefer not to have. Even when we have stage perform, when we go to a place when there is a stage, most of the time we just move into the front of the audience instead of up on the stage, or invite the audience with us on stage. Mm-hmm. If it's like enough stage, we invite them with us, so they sit on the stage.
Mm-hmm.
So we usually choose our performance space based on availability and try to be as much as possible close to the community that we are targeting. And we usually tell them that our main concern here is to go to them and listen to their stories, because this is their space. So that's the space thing is very important in playback.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you.
Hey, Diana mentioned transitioning to a more digital platform. How has that affected your ability to connect with the audience?
Well, that's a layered question, because it's kind of, at first we were very confused, like what were we going to do in the online performances, and we were trying to be as loyal to the ritual as much as we could, and then it really became something that's hindering, because online performances have a ritual of themselves, and that has to compensate for the remainder of compensate for the disconnection of the online format. I would say we were able to connect to them through different ways. We adapted, let's say, we performed from home. Instead of performing in front of a white wall in black clothes, we started to make it homier, make it something that is more like we are at home as well. So we relate to what you're going through, and we share a certain space of a home. We started to include furniture, decoration, etc. And we also connected more using props, let's say, because we don't usually use props in playback performances that are live. we use only scores. But in these performances, we started to use props and gadgets and all these things. Noor, I think she has a couple of things to relate to conducting that I think she might be able to share.
Yeah. So the conductor in the playback performance, his role is to be the point of communication between the audience and the performance. So online, I would not lie and say that it's the same. Definitely it's not the same. Something is lost. But I think people within this year of the pandemic and lockdown and social distancing are kind of becoming more resilient to this and getting used to being far and to online communication. It's getting easier for everyone. At the beginning, it wasn't. It was really intimidating. For me, facilitating or conducting a performance, I tried as much as possible to be really genuine. So telling people that I'm struggling with this, being very open. And I think this was something that was positively impacting the performance because we were all discovering. So, whatever the mean is, I think being genuine and opening up is a key to keep the connection. It's not the same, but now, after let's say 9 months of performing online, I think we are we regained the connection that we used to have. And when we used to have our monthly performances in the studio, we usually had around 90 to 120 audience member. Online performances, it's never more than 20, 25, 30 at its best. But at least they are repetitive. They are the same people, so they are interested. I don't know if it's good or bad. We will discover later. But the connection lost a little bit of the intimacy, being on a screen, everyone watching. But also here, to be fair to the online way of performing, many people were more comfortable to share online, turning off their video. So we were able to connect to people who would never share a story in a conventional setting.
And I think, it's off the top of my head, the idea that people, when it's a performance setting and it's online and the audio is delivered to you in a very direct way instead of a stage where people are sitting, I think people tend to listen more and people tend to share more, to talk more. They're not intimidated by the stage, as we might say. And this there's this thing that in online formats, people's stories tend to get a bit longer. They tend to have to take their space in sharing a story that has a longer duration of time, which in our regular performances the performance is usually really short stories and then long stories. Now we have like medium stories and long stories. So in comparison by size, but that is actually very, very nice because people are more comfortable.
Diana is also asking how we can follow you guys on social media.
I will share the links to our Facebook and Instagram pages on the chat, and I will send them to Diana by email in case you miss it.
I do have one quick question before you guys leave. What do you envision Laban doing and being? Where will you guys be at, you think, in 10 years from now?
We improvise. So we really improvise in everything. We never thought that Laban will be here 10 years ago. So anything that we say now is not going to be reality, I think. But the way we are working, we moved from a group of amateurs to a very powerful and functioning organization now. We have international partners and researchers, and we were working really deep and taking things to another level in playback and in social work. يعني, so I don't know, but I hope, and I personally am trying hard, and Jonas also, and everyone in the troop to keep Laban functioning the way it is. And maybe we have a small dream of creating a school of improvisational theater and playback theater. So maybe, hopefully.
Perfect answer. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'd just like to add a little thing, which is the idea is that we are bound by our values and our work ethic. And this is the thing that really, to me, is the thing that is worth sharing, because once I joined this organization in 2015, it became, it was very important to me how much the work ethic was beautiful and how much the values of listening, empathy, embodiment, and sharing were present in this place. And this is definitely what our country needs, and we hope and we're going to do our best to really make this bigger.
Wonderful. That was really beautiful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we have time for maybe one more question if anybody wants to either speak it or type it quickly. This has given me so much. Thank you too so much for your presentation. It really has given me a lot to think about in terms of where the past is and how the past becomes embodied and how you create a different space for processing the past. I don't want to abuse my position as the MC to ask one question, but I'm just curious if you could just speak a little bit more about kind of what are some of the techniques you use to create these safe spaces? Because I think that's something we think a lot about in preservation in terms of like conflicting memories and very difficult topics. How do you draw people out and create this space before people can start sharing?
Yeah. We usually try to really understand the context we are working in, and make sure that the whole team is understanding this. We train them. We create strong group dynamics between the actors. We have a ritual. Playback theater is based on ritual, so ritual creates the safe space and the containment of the storytelling. And usually we start with an introductory song that is like welcoming people to create like a sweet atmosphere. And later our actors will start them to share stories, personal, real, true stories. And we do something like a little bit tricky, that they share stories that have the heart of what we want to talk about. Just to create, to put in the head of our audience these topics and to bring their memories, to plant seeds. That's how we call it. And then we have the conductor doing the introduction and sometimes strictly asking about topics, and stories will flow one by one. Sometimes if you are dealing with more difficult topics, we do consecutive performances. So it's not only one hit and run performance, it's one after one and after one to reach out to the depth we want.
We, in the community that we spoke about in the presentation, the one that had the violent extremism problems, like people were going to fight in Syria for terrorist groups. We came to their community at least 5 or 6 times. We performed for them, and then we created a script of a forum theater performance in which they actually saw all of the issues that they were facing and their society was suffering from. And they tried to intervene to solve it, and to really try to create a spark in this in the direction of trying to make things better for themselves. And one of the good outcomes of this was people coming forth to actually to surrender to the army, because those people who were actually fighting for terrorist groups eventually went and surrendered to the army, and they stopped, how do you say, they confessed and they were trying to purge this out of their own system. It is through this repetition of ritual, the song at the beginning, the song at the end, the ritual of even playback is a repetition of a sort of repetition of what the teller is saying, an embodiment, but at the same time, this repetition creates the sense of safety and for people to be able to express themselves freely.
Wonderful. Lila, do you have any closing thoughts or questions you have before we move on to the next session?
I asked about where they'd be in 10 years. That was my big one. But let's see, there's just so many. Your shows consist of different variations of theater. What type of theater is most requested by your audience? Why do you think that it's the most requested?
As playback theater, definitely, and the most requested, because people have this need to share, to express themselves, to see themselves represented by another person, and to share, to tell everyone what they are going through. It's a need, it's a human need, and especially in such a context.
Okay, so playback.
Playback theater, sure.
Playback, gotcha. Okay, that was my other big question.
Okay, well, I don't want to cut off this conversation. Please, if you're interested in speaking more with our speakers here, their social media information is in the chat, and you can follow up with them there. Thank you so much again. This has been a wonderful presentation. Your work I really appreciate your work, and I look forward to seeing more of it in the future as well, and sort of thinking about it as well. So I will switch us over to the next presentation. Thank you all again. I guess let's do some, this is one thing I can do especially in theater, right? We should remember that we are an audience as well, and that we want to show our appreciation. So thank you very much. But I am happy to introduce our next speaker, Dr. Jonathan Lundberg, who will be sharing with his talk, Complex Households, Black Land Ownership in Reconstruction Era Fort Bend County. And his talk will be moderated, the Q&A will be moderated afterwards by Dr. Georgette Greer-Key, who I will introduce both of them to you now. And again, just to remind everyone who might just be joining us of the format, we'll have, after each talk, we have a few minutes, depending on the length, for Q&A, and you're welcome to type those into the chat box, either for everyone to see, or you can type them directly to the moderator, or you can also, I think we'll have a moment if you want to ask your question verbally. We have that opportunity as well. So think of your questions. If you're thinking of them as the speaker is speaking, you can type them in. If you want to sort of save them up for the end of the individual session, you're welcome to do that as well. So now I'll introduce Dr. Jonathan Lundberg. John is a professor of history at Tarrant County College in Fort Worth, Texas. He holds a PhD in history from Texas Christian University and is the author of a book and more than a dozen articles and book chapters on the subjects of Texas, the American Civil War, slavery, and Reconstruction. He is currently at work on a manuscript titled The Texas Lowcountry, Slavery and Freedom on the Gulf Coast, excuse me, 1822 to 1889. And before I turn the microphone over to John, I just want to introduce our moderator as well, who we're lucky to have, Dr. Georgette Greer-Key. Dr. Greer-Key is the Executive Director and Chief Curator of Eastville Community Historical Society of Sag Harbor, and has worked in various museums, historical societies, and service organizations with a focus on organizational sustainability. Dr. Greer-Key is a historian, preservationist, and curator, using her skills and experience as an organizer and activist to further the agenda of inclusion in traditional frameworks that have practiced institutional and structural exclusion. She is a not-for-profit management specialist and practitioner with more than 20 years of experience in both business and nonprofit organizations. She provides consultant services from consultant services from small to mid-sized organizations, including several municipalities. Dr. Greer-Key currently serves on the board of the Museum Association of New York and the board of the Preservation League of New York State. Additionally, Dr. Greer-Key dedicates herself to her community by leading and serving on local and regional boards, such as the NAACP Brookhaven Town Branch, where she is the duly elected president. Dr. Greer-Key is an adjunct associate professor at CUNY Medgar Evers College and the director of the Long Island History Institute at SUNY Nassau Community College. So welcome to you both, and I will metaphorically hand the microphone over to John, and I look forward to your talk and the conversation afterwards.
Thank you very much. Great to be with y'all. Can everyone hear me? Okay, everything, okay, great. If you hear dogs barking in the background, I've tried to take care of that, but no guarantees. So this is a piece of research from my manuscript, and it involves a rather unusual case of an African-American landowner, a woman, in Fort Bend County. So, of course, land ownership was the primary goal of many freed people during the Reconstruction era, most freed people. And of the hundreds of African Americans who managed to purchase land of, whether it be an acre or 10 acres, in the years after the Civil War in Fort Bend County, the saga of Emma Jane Smith and her family is perhaps one of the most intriguing. In 1840, three brothers, Thomas, George, and William W. McMahon, arrived in what would become Fort Bend County from the United States. Now, while his brothers stayed in Richmond, Texas, and worked as merchants, in 1839, McMahon, the oldest brother, actually purchased several hundred acres from John Morton in the Morton League and began a sugar plantation there that he named Harlem. We don't know why he named it Harlem, but he did name it Harlem. That name predates the prison. In 1848, the Houston Telegraph reported, quote, "We were shown a sample of this year's production from the plantation of William W. McMahon in Fort Bend County. We have never seen a finer sample in the market. It is fully equal to the best imported sugar. Mr. McMahon, we believe, is the pioneer in the sugar culture in the county." Meanwhile, Emma Jane Smith was born into slavery in 1839 or 1840 in Virginia. She found herself a victim of the interstate slave trade at a young age. Before arriving in Fort Bend County, she was acquired by McMahon as one of the almost 70 enslaved persons at Harlem. McMahon took Emma Jane as his concubine, and in 1854, and keep in mind in 1854, she is approximately 15 and he's approximately 50, she gave birth to her first child by William, Cora. She gave birth to their second daughter, Alice, in 1856, and then two sons, Millard in 1858 and Sidney in 1862. By the time of emancipation, there was another daughter, Ada, who was born in 1864. Now, this is where it's unusual. After slavery, the relationship continued. They had a daughter. Well, actually, in 1868, she gave birth to twin girls, Jeanette and Genola, in 1868, which brought their total to 7 children for the then 28-year-old Emma Jane and the 65-year-old William. Now, with his fortune destroyed by emancipation, William McMahon sold his plantation to his brother, Thomas McMahon, who was now a principal partner in the First National Bank of Galveston. William accepted $5,000 in gold from his brother for the 400-acre Harlem plantation on December 1st, 1868. William evidently gave the money to Emma Jane to provide for herself and their children. And in December 1869, Emma Jane Smith purchased 105 acres of the old Lum Farm, which was adjacent to the southeast corner of Harlem Plantation in the Jane Wilkins League. She bought it for $1,200 from Thomas H. McMahon, the brother of William. The 1870 census showed Emma Jane Smith and her 7 children, plus her son-in-law, Frank Ross, who was husband to her daughter Cora, with $5,000 in real estate, living adjacent to William W. McMahon and his wife Mary in Fort Bend County. There's no evidence that I could find that William W. McMahon ever had any children with his white wife, Mary. In 1870, Emma Jane Smith gave birth to her 8th child by William, a son named Oscar. In 1873, the couple had their 9th child, a son named Horace. Meanwhile, sometime after 1870, Mary McMahon died. And this is where it really gets wild. On March 3rd, 1874, William W. McMahon legally married Emma Jane Smith in Fort Bend County, with Emma Jane passing as white on the marriage license to avoid Texas's anti-miscegenation laws. And here is the, if I can share my screen, am I allowed to share my screen? Anyone?
Yes, you can.
Okay, here's the marriage license. Let me, hold on. That's the marriage license. You see that neither one of them are marked as being of African descent, indicating that, I mean, this is at a time when Republicans were in control of the county government. The elder Jenkins, who married them, he was an African-American minister, but the county clerk was white, but a white Republican, and so they may have just let it slide. This is the only instance I've ever found of an actual legalized interracial marriage in the 1870s in Texas.
Professor Lundberg, we're not seeing the screen.
Oh, you're not? Oh, I'm sorry. Let's see. Okay, share screen. How about now?
Yes, we can see it now.
Okay, there it is. My jaw hit the floor when I actually found this. So there it is. Okay. So they legally married, and the couple actually homesteaded their 105 acres. And in 1876, Emma Jane, at the age of 36, gave birth to her 10th and final child, Bertha, by her now 74-year-old husband. In 1877, William W. McMahon died, leaving Emma Jane a widow. On the tax rolls after that, she does list herself as Mrs. Emma Jane McMahon, for what it's worth. In 1878, Emma Jane Smith McMahon also died without leaving a will. The couple's oldest daughter, Cora, and son-in-law, Frank, also died before 1880, leaving Alice and her husband, John Felch, to head the family, and Millard to carry on farming the homestead. The 1880 census showed Alice and John Felch with their children living on the land, along with Millard, Sidney, Ada, Jeanette, Genola, Oscar, Horace, and Bertha McMahon, along with Cora's 2 children, Emma and Naomi Ross. Meanwhile, in Galveston, Thomas H. McMahon died in 1871, leaving his widow, Eliza, to settle his estate. McMahon had fallen deeply in debt to the New York firm of Guion and Williams, and the firm sued Bevan Davis, the court-appointed administrator for the McMahon estate, to recoup their debt. On July 14, 1874, the U.S. District Court for the Eastern District of Texas handed down a ruling giving the McMahon estate, including the Harlan Plantation and most of the Lum Place, to Guion and Williams. In 1884, the state of Texas, anxious to purchase sugar plantations for their burgeoning convict leasing program, bought Harlan Plantation and the part of the old Lum Place that was not owned by the McMahons from Guion and Williams and converted it into the Harlem State Prison Farm. Agents of the state then went about surveying other good bottom land adjacent to Harlem. On July 6, 1885, Genola McMahon married George W. Brooks in Fort Bend County, and the next month the couple sued in the 23rd Judicial District of Texas. They sued her siblings for an equitable division of the land, the 105 acres. This lawsuit is also how we know that all of the children or parents have the same parents. At roughly the same time as the suit, interestingly enough, Millard ran for and won an election as Fort Bend County Commissioner for Precinct 3. Meanwhile, the trial, presided over by Judge William Burkhart, Trial began in September 1885. The plaintiffs valued the land at a little over $1,000, along with 35 head of cattle and a mule. Because Emma Jane died intestate, the laws of heirship took precedent, and the judge ordered an equal partition of the land into 10 parcels of 10.5 acres each on October 2nd, 1885. This division, though, did not satisfy Genola and G.W. Brooks, and they requested the court also equitably divide the 35 head of cattle on the land as well. The court appointed a 3-man commission to survey the land, and on October 10th, the 3 commissioners appeared before the court and reported that the land could not be equitably divided because most of the improvements existed on the southern end of the land, and the cattle could not be gathered in so late in the year. In light of this report, the judge ruled the land to be sold at public auction, and the proceeds divided 10 ways. On December 1st, 1885, Walter Andrews, the clerk of the 23rd Judicial Court, sold the land at auction to Charles M. Ferguson, the Fort Bend County clerk, for $1,330. Shortly after the sale, the state acquired the land from the county as part of the Harlem State Prison Farm. Most of the McMahon siblings moved to Houston in the years following the loss of their land, although in 1889, Sidney McMahon did win election as Justice of the Peace for Fort Bend County for Precinct 3. He was one of the office holders ousted in the Jaybird Woodpecker War. And so that is the story, so far as I can tell, of Emma Jane Smith and William W. McMahon and their children. Story of land acquisition and land lost, and a story of this remarkable family of Fort Bend County that I've never actually seen anything written on before. So thank you.
Well, thank you, John. So we will open it up to questions. And Dr. Greer-Key, if you want to either start us off with a question or invite questions, or if you see any that have been directed directly to you, I welcome you to start us off.
Okay. Well, that was very interesting. I think when we find stories like that, you know, of this type, it's always very shocking and surprising. I think about a book that The Land Was Ours by a professor in Virginia. You think about all of the land that was lost in Reconstruction. I often ask my students, so what? What does it mean? You know, if you had to say what the so what is, so what? Why would anyone pick up this book? What is the so what or the aha moment in your book? Not that you want to give it away because your writing is the manuscript, but if you had to give us an aha moment, what would it be?
This is my book. What I intend it to be is the untold story of African Americans along the Texas Gulf Coast in this heavy sugar growing and cotton growing area. This is an area unlike any other area of the Deep South outside of the Louisiana sugarcane country and the South Carolina low country, as far as I can tell. And these are their untold stories. This is I take it through the establishment of this society by you know, the driving out of the Karankawas, followed by the establishment of this huge slaveocracy down there, actually architected by Stephen F. Austin, through the Texas Revolution, which I call an enslavers' rebellion against Mexico, and then all the way through the Reconstruction period. And the story of Emma Jane Smith and William McMahon, it illustrates how complex things became in slavery. And that even though this relationship obviously began involuntarily, she is after all 15 and he's 50 when it began, at some point she demanded that he marry her, legally marry her, perhaps to give legitimacy to their children. It's difficult to tell without family letters or stories what exactly was going on. But it's obvious that, you know, by the time she died in her late 30s and he died in his 70s, that there was a legalized relationship. And I found it heartening that you have this woman who was.
Oh no, you muted yourself.
Whoops.
You muted yourself, Professor.
I found it heartening that she was able to acquire this land, because I was looking through the manuscript census and it says $5,000 in real estate 5 years after emancipation. I said, this is incredible. So I started pulling at threads. And of course, the story ends after the auction of the land. And I found that just incredibly disheartening that they weren't able to hold on to the land past the 1880s, and that even more, the land is now part of a prison in Texas. It's part of the central unit today. As best I can tell, it's the Vance unit, the Carroll S. Vance unit in Sugar Land, if y'all know where that is, those of you from that area. So I think the what if is just that things are more complicated than we've seen, that if you start looking for women's stories, that you're going to find history that's never been written about in a scholarly way, may only exist in family stories up to this point. And that it's going to increase our understanding, and it's going to just broaden our perspectives when it comes to slavery and Reconstruction and the aftermath, and just how complicated things got.
Yeah, and I think another thing is, a lot of times we say that, a project that I work on is hidden in plain sight, and really it's not hidden. It's right there in the records that we sometimes don't look for. And that's particularly what you've been able to do, is you've been able to follow the paper trail and find it. But so often we're not able to find it in the paper trail. We're not looking for it close enough. So I think that's a lesson that we can give to our students, and also to scholars that are looking. I think one of the presentations that I was hearing a little bit earlier is, we can't just look on our computers for information. One of my mentors and trainers, she said, I can't just go to the computer. I had to go to the county clerk's office. Some things we can find online, but you have to actually go out and find the paper. You may have to climb in someone's attic. I think the other presentation was talking about climbing the attic. You have to go through the thousands of cobwebs, and we don't do that anymore. And so I think in the conventional wisdom is important, but as well as doing the work. And I heard that come through in your presentation. Can you talk about tracking down this information? So it's not hidden, it's in plain sight often.
No,
but yet you've never heard this story. We've never heard this story, but it was in plain sight.
So 10 years ago, this research would have been much more difficult, because I would have actually had to physically go to county clerk's offices, etc. But all of these records have now been digitized, the records that I used, which is just incredible, because but you have to know how to navigate the county clerk's websites. You have to stay on the county clerks about, hey, how do I access your deed records? And then you actually have to read through the deed records. You have to use these archaic systems that the county clerks often use. And then the thing that tied it all together, the lawsuit, there was an archivist at the George Memorial Library in Richmond who actually found the lawsuit that I was looking for and was willing to digitize that for me and send it to me. And so without that lawsuit, I would not have been able to tie all the ends together. At the end, it's a matter of, none of these records are typed. They're all handwritten in 19th century longhand. And so that was another, if you're not used to doing that, you need to get used to doing that. And you're right, you have to hunt for them. I mean, I hunted through the Galveston County deed records, the Fort Bend County deed records, the Brazoria County deed records. And this is what I came up with. And there's still so much we don't know, but this is the paper trail just from the records that are publicly available.
Now that brings me to another question, or, one of my points of contention is the fact that we are not teaching in, our schools and systems cursive writing or longhand writing. I think if you are an archivist, a historian, a preservationist, what about that? Because our founding documents in this country are in, just God forbid, I remember I'm just recently been brought to IG because of younger people forget about TikTok or whatever else is coming down the line. And I'm using Slack now. One day IG was out, you would think the world ended. So God forbid all of our technologies, even Zoom now, if something happens and we have no electronics and the last thing we find is a written scripting, and this is how we're going to get out of the panic box, and it's written in longhand cursive, they wouldn't be able to get out of the box, out of the panic room, because they can't read it. So this is another thing that we're going to need to, I think, as preservationists, as archivists, as historic, we need to make sure that this is a skill set. So should this be a course instituted into our classrooms? Because it's outrageous that we are not teaching this anymore and people are electing out and you don't even know how to sign your signature. So I mean, this is something that is very disheartening because I don't know. I think we have to look at this because you have to transcribe letters. I don't understand.
I turned 40 this year. And
I won't tell my age, but I'm older than you.
That's fine. I feel like I'm part of the last generation where we had an analog childhood and a digital adulthood. So we kind of have a foot in both camps. I grew up, using the card catalog and learning cursive and all of that sort of thing, learning how to do all that by hand, and then had to transition to computers in high school. And then, of course, the internet and all that still seems like brand new to me. Even the concept of Windows, I remember when Windows first came out, that was incredible. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There are skills that are being lost in that they don't know how to read 19th century longhand cursive. And yeah, sometimes it's messy, and sometimes it looks like a hieroglyph. Well, sometimes they cross-hatch the letters, where they turn the letter 90 degrees and write over their own writing. And it takes training your eyes, and it takes time. And these are skills that you need. These are skills you're going to have as a historian, a preservationist, an archivist, all of the above.
Yeah, because if you find that thing, but now, okay, what does it say? And the interpretation of that thing, because now you're using this to inform your research and to interpret it to the next audience. And that here comes the so what does it actually mean? Because it's one thing to find this research, but what about the interpretation and its meaning? And I think so often when we do this as researchers, as a profession, we have given the field a bad name and a bad rap where people don't care because it's like a bunch of old white people, a bunch of not even white people, old white men, dates and times, or old buildings that we don't live in, and who cares? So we have to make it meaningful for today. And what does it mean for us now? And I think that that's the importance of doing this work and how we remember it and how we actually are inclusive in what we're doing. So I think that is the reason why we're doing this work. If we're not doing it to make it meaningful for the next generation to care and take care of it, what are we doing it for?
Here in Texas, look, the history of old white men, it's been written, it's been done, it's out there. What we need is more inclusivity. We need more histories that include women, more histories that include people of color, more histories that include LGBTQ narratives. And if we're not working on those, we're not expanding the historical field, and we're not being inclusive so that people feel that they are included in the narrative, when in fact they are included. It's just a matter of the fact that scholars have not written those histories yet, and they need to, and that's part of the gap I'm trying to fill.
Yeah, well, we have to me, it's a deconstruction of these pre-written histories, because we have to deconstruct so we can reconstruct, to include and have that BIPOC inclusion of history. Because if you go to majority of the nomination factors, what is there? If we even take the White House, does it include that these people, enslaved people, indigenous people, what is included in that nomination folder? So I agree with you that, you know, this is a land of in immigrants, you know, this land, we're on native land with immigrants, and especially, you know, African-Americans, enslaved people who are involuntary immigrants who were brought here against their will in chains. We have to include that, and all of the horrors that come with that, but as well as the celebrations of us being together to honor and make the promise of America come true, even today and in the future. The promise, we're demanding that promise come true. And that's what we have in solidarity together. And that's what we're gonna make happen.
I agree.
Yeah.
Oh, the one of the points of my research is that the labor of enslaved African Americans built Texas. They built Texas, the foundation of Texas as we know it. They built the wealth of Texas through, you know, cotton, through sugar. And it was an enslavers' rebellion against Mexico. And we have to deconstruct all that, you know. And in Texas, mythology dies hard. It dies hard everywhere, especially dies hard here. And you get a lot of pushback. And it's, yeah, you get a lot of pushback. You get death threats. I mean, there's no end to it whenever you're actually pushing forward the historical narrative here.
Yeah, even at the annexation, and you think about what this means for all of the people that have contributed to the area, and what it means for how we tell the story and what the narrative will be. It will be best for the work that you're doing and your contribution. And I think that is commendable, you know, and I'm glad that the manuscript that you're working on, you're looking at all of these areas and continue to dig up these stories that are there, but they're not often seen. So I commend you in your work, and I'm happy that you're able to share this story with the world at this point. So thank you for the work that you're doing. I didn't see any questions in the chat, but we're 2 minutes over. So if you had any closing remarks, I think, you know, you can give it now. And thank you so much.
No, I really appreciated the opportunity of the forum to host me, and I appreciate your commentary, Dr. Key. It's, you know, one of the things I always want with my work is feedback, because I am a middle-class white male, and so I don't always see all of the angles, and I want to see angles from people that are not middle-class white males. I want to see have feedback. I want to hear the other people's perspectives, and you know, it's very valuable to me. So I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Keep up the work.
Well, thank you both so much, Dr. Lundberg and Dr. Greer-Key. I appreciate you sharing your work and sharing your perspectives. This is wonderful conversation. I'll shift over now to our next speaker and moderator. I want to introduce Amy Heath, who will be giving her talk, Walking Through Austin's Native History Using GIS to Compare Historic Native Trails with Walking Paths Available Today in Central Texas. I'll introduce Amy, and then I'll introduce our moderator, Rachel Retagliata, and then I'll hand over the mic, if you will. So Amy Heath is an enrolled member of the Caddo Nation of Oklahoma. She is a grad student in the MSGIS online program with the University of Maryland. She recently received her GIS Level 1 Workforce Certificate from Austin Community College and has a Bachelor of Fine Art from Cameron University in Lawton, Oklahoma. Amy creates dashboards and base maps, manages databases, and publishes resources for the Oakwood Cemetery Chapel, and has lived in the Austin area for the last 10 years. So I'm very much looking forward to this talk. And again, to introduce everyone to our format, each session will be about 30 minutes, and our speaker will deliver their talk, and then we'll have a few minutes after each individual one for some Q&A. And so you are welcome, if something comes into your mind while the speaker is talking, you can type it into the chat. You can either type it directly to the entire group, or if you choose, you'd like to just type it directly to the moderator, Rachel Retaliata. Retaliata. I apologize for that. You can type it directly to Rachel, or they'll also, if there's some time, there'll also be some. You can also verbally ask your question as well. We can accommodate that as well. So I want to just briefly introduce our moderator, and then I will hand over the Zoom microphone. So Rachel Retaliata is a historic preservation specialist with the City of San Antonio Office of Historic Preservation. Her current projects include developing a local markers program focused on sharing the diverse and untold stories of San Antonio, and establishing a volunteer stewardship program for San Antonio's East Side Cemetery Historic District in partnership with the Parks and Recreation Department. Rachel graduated with an MSHP from UT Austin in 2019 and received her undergraduate degree in History and International Affairs from the University of Maryland, Baltimore County. She was a U.S. ICOMOS intern in Lithuania and a Fulbright Research Scholar in the Republic of Moldova, where she researched the commemorative landscape and national identity construction. And Rachel's personal research explores the intersection of dark heritage, heritage tourism, and diplomacy in post-communist Europe. So I'm very much looking forward to this presentation and the discussion afterwards. And I will hand the mic over to Amy, giving her talk, again, walking through Austin's Native history, using GIS to compare Native American trails with walking paths available today in Central Texas.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, I actually pre-recorded my talk, so I guess I'll go ahead and share that then.
Amy, we can't hear.
Oh, you can't hear it?
Yeah, we can maybe just slightly hear your audio, but we're not hearing it maybe through Zoom.
Oh, okay, let me see.
Sometimes it's a matter of when you go to share your screen to also share the audio. I don't know if that is an option to select.
Maybe is that working?
No. Do you want me to share the video? Because you sent it to me.
Yeah, if you can go ahead. I'm not sure. I'm not familiar.
Okay. It's saying that it's private, the video.
Well, I guess I'll go ahead and give it live then. I don't know. I don't know what else. Oh, hold on. They're changing the settings on the video.
Well, Amy, since you're a GIS expert, maybe as we're changing look, the video's coming through. I was going to ask you about the map that's behind you.
Oh, that's actually a map of Oklahoma's Indian territory behind me.
It looks like we
start the video. Okay, I'll restart the video.
Hi, my name is Amy Heath, and this is my presentation walking through Austin's Native history using GIS to
compare historic Native American trails with walking paths available today in Central Texas. And that's me. My background is mostly in GIS. I also have a bachelor's of fine art from Cameron University in Lawton, Oklahoma, and I am currently a part-time exhibit specialist with the City of Austin at the Oakwood Cemetery Chapel. I'm also an enrolled member of the Caddo Nation of Oklahoma. So even though I don't have professional education in Native American history, I am a product of Native American policies and feel like I could be qualified through those means to give some background on some topics. For this project, we're going to go over some background history of the study area and my objectives and the methodology used to find the results and some acknowledgements. And after this recording, there will be some time for some Q&A during the symposium. This project is over the El Camino Real de las Tejas National Historic Trail. It's a trail that goes through northwestern Louisiana and actually ends up in Mexico City, but just the national parks historic trail sections are through Texas and Louisiana. This trade route has been used for centuries by Native Americans and then later by the Spanish and French and other Europeans and Americans coming into Texas to settle into Texas. The El Camino Real is the Spanish term for royal road, which was their way to establish a connection with the Spanish crown, even though they're so far away. And Tejas is a Caddo language term for the word ally or friend. And the Caddo word is Texat. And Tejas is the Spanish spelling of this word. This map here is showing historic tribal lands in Texas, and you can see how this trail would connect so many different tribes. This map's feature classes come from a website called Native Land, and it's a Canadian website, and they've done a lot of really good work about heads up digitizing historic maps and looking at land treaties, and that's where they get their boundaries from. I wouldn't use it for any kind of legal representation. You also have to remember different time periods, different people would be going through these lands. And there are a lot of names that of federations that have also grouped into the larger tribes. So this map isn't trying to exclude anyone from any representation in Texas history. It's just more of a starting off point to just notice how many people have been in Texas and how just all over Texas. This is just a close-up of the Travis County and some tribes that were noted for living here. Like I said, this isn't trying to exclude anyone. And some of the boundaries you have to remember are fluid and may not have been accurate when the maps that were used at the time. So this is just like a starting off point. And different time periods are important too. Like the Comanches were relative late comers to this far south in Texas. That's not until the 1700s when they mastered riding horses that they started to travel this far south. And weren't here as early as, say, a tribe like the Tonquas or something. But it's just interesting to look at. My study area for this project is a 10-mile radius around Austin because 20 miles is about a good day's walk for someone who's experienced in walking and not pushing a cart or in a wagon. Or if you notice before, the trail had split in different sections, and through the Austin area, we'll look at that, why that may have happened. A couple of my objectives for this project were to find the best route, because the route splits, which route was the best route through Austin area and why it may have split. And the second objective for this project is to identify where people today can experience traveling through Austin on foot, so they can experience history for themselves. To find out which is the best path for the trail through Austin, I used a network analysis in ArcPro to figure out which was the shortest route. And then the second part of it is, why did the trail split going through Austin? And assuming a few factors.
The sound went out on it.
Traveling. Also, an undirected creek will wander across landscapes in random directions. And another factor is the amount that a stream will change in direction and is affected by the slope. And so I looked for lower gradients in this area. And also Texas is the start of, or Austin is the start of the Texas Hill Country. And because of this, there's frequent flooding in the area because of the Balcones escarpment. And it causes the drastic differences in elevations throughout the city of Austin. And this is my result for my first objective. I used a series of buffers around the trails just for a margin of error, and then if seeing which sections of that trail intersect the 25-year floodplain. And then I used a raster calculator to figure out which sections of Austin have a slope lower than 5 degrees. And I figured that's where a stream would meander more. So it might give more of a variation of where the trail would be. And then merge these two feature classes into what you see on this map as the water feature buffer. And that's the yellow stripes lines that go through the trail. And if you notice, the sections that don't have the water feature buffers don't diverge. And so my interpretation of the analysis is that the trails split because of possible flooding, or because the creeks may have changed in directions. The first objective of which route would be the shorter route. This purple line here, it would be the faster route through Austin. I'm using a USGS 1896 map because it's the first, the oldest USGS map that I could find for this area. And it could have possibly been a map that people who were still walking on foot may have used. Since I work for the Oakwood Chapel Cemetery, which is in this area, a lot of these people who, in the 1890s, this was a pretty active cemetery. So a lot of people walking along this trail have been buried in this cemetery. My second objective for this project is to identify where the trail is in today's maps and how people can use them themselves. I also painted this little painting. I thought I just wanted to put that in. It's from a section of Walnut Creek Park that I was going down, and just a little painting. For the second objective, I used a network data set for the sidewalks to figure out where somebody could actually legally walk there. Otherwise, you'd be walking through people's backyards, or there's also certain designated spots along the Colorado River that people can walk along. So that varies quite a lot from the original path. The sidewalk network that I used, for the past year, I've been an intern at Capital Metro Transit Authority, and part of my job was to edit the sidewalk networks that they use to figure out the distance between bus stops and how long it would take you to get from stop to stop. And so this network data set is something that I've been editing for the last year. And so it's pretty up to date, even though there's still a lot of construction in Austin that hasn't been re-edited. And these are some profile graphs of the historic trail and the current day trail. And it just gives another description. It gives another, the profile graphs here are just another representation of just how much the elevation in Austin changes. And so you can see, like down here, it's like the Colorado River, but just shows how hard it would be walking up and down through Austin, through the different elevations. And this is the result map for where you can experience this trail today. As you can see, the red trail is the historic map and the different sections of this map, of this trail that go through Austin. The purple is the current day sidewalk networks that you could walk. That's the closest that you can get to the trail today. And so it's pretty interesting. And just seeing where the trail is today. Like, I used to live off of East 51st Street, and so this trail basically went through my neighborhood, and I had never heard of it. And I've lived in the Austin area for 10 years, so I just think it's interesting to see what this area might have been like before. And the National Park Service, these are two locations that they recommend people visiting: the Montopolis Bridge and McKinney Falls State Park, which is over here. So it's pretty close to where the trail is, and it was probably possibly a camping spot for people using the trail. And McKinney is actually buried in the Oakwood Chapel Cemetery that I work at. So it's just more of a connection to people actually using, the actual people who use this trail too. And this is some more current and future interests. There is a El Camino Real de las Tejas National Historic Trail Association in downtown Austin. And they work with promoting the trail. But like I said, I had never heard of them before. So hopefully this project kind of gets other people interested too. And the association has been trying to connect the trails through hiking trails people could actually use today. And the National Park Service just came out in December with this news release about creating a trail route from Austin to San Antonio, but they call it the Great Springs Project, and they don't really mention the El Camino by name. It's more of a recharge zone for the Edwards Aquifer, but it would essentially be the same thing. It would be along the same route between Austin and San Antonio. So if they do complete this project, then it would be a great way for people to actually experience them themselves. More future work for this project. I looked up the city of Austin's trails to see if there were walking trails that you could use. And I saw a lot of proposed routes, and these black and white dashed lines are sections of the proposed routes that would intersect the historic trail route. And so some of them are pretty close to what it was historically. There's a couple of these purple dashes, existing trails that you can use today. I would also like to investigate more of the actual Native American history in Austin, and just identify more locations of historical significance to Native Americans in this area, because I just feel like they're still very underrepresented in the Austin area. And more future project for this, using this information, the Oakwood Chapel Cemetery is planning to have a symposium recognizing Native American history in the Austin area, and it should be later this year, either in the fall or winter. And so hopefully keep an eye out for that happening. I'd like to acknowledge my museum director, Jennifer Chenoweth, at the Oakwood Chapel Cemetery. And parts of this project were originally created for a spatial analysis class and at the University of Maryland. The GIS department at Austin Community College has been and continues to be very supportive of my GIS endeavors. And just to reiterate, this native land website that created the featured classes for the tribal lands, it's pretty interesting, and I suggest everybody take a look at it. And here are my references that I've mentioned throughout the project. And if anybody has any questions, hold on until after the recording for a Q&A, but also you can email me or connect to me on LinkedIn. I think the more people you have, the less you seem like a robot, so it's probably good for everybody. But thank you for listening.
Amy, thank you so much for sharing your project with us. I think it's perfectly suited to today's discussions on rebirth and migration and placemaking. And I love that you're looking to make this information more accessible to the public. And we already have a great question in the chat, so I'll start with that. And everyone else, please feel free to add your questions as well. And so Patricia is wondering, can you discuss the source data for the path of El Camino Real and indigenous trails?
Yes, that actually comes from the National Park Service. I downloaded it from their data warehouse, which was pretty convenient because I thought I was going to have to heads up digitize it from an old map, but they already have it, a shapefile for that.
Awesome, thank you. I know I'm interested in that one of your main objectives is to educate the public about the history of these places. And I imagine that this project will be a really great resource to aid us in being more cognizant of the original and historic inhabitants of the spaces that we now occupy. And you previously mentioned that it's a way to reconnect Austin with its native past. So can you talk a little bit about how you hope to share this project with the public? Will your audience be limited to people that currently use the trail system in Austin? And how do you anticipate people interacting with this information?
We're planning on doing a digital exhibit using Esri story maps on the Oakwood Chapel website. We already have a few really good story maps on there already, and a lot of good resources for Austin history through our website, through the city of Austin. And then we're also hoping, I mean, COVID restrictions depends on what we're actually going to be able to do, but we're hoping to do some live performances to bring in local Native American like dance groups. So hopefully that's kind of why we pushed it so far back. We're hoping to actually bring in live events for the community. And if anybody has any suggestions for those kind of groups or anything, please contact me. We're still very much in the planning stages right now. Yeah, and just I kind of forget that I work for the parks department. So yeah, it's like, oh yeah, the trails, the current trails, I can actually have an effect on, like, maybe, you know, hope maybe they'll promote these future trails whenever they open as part of the trail system. I know that I think it's the Daughters of the Texas Republic at one point went through and put 5-mile markers all along the trail route so that people wouldn't forget it. I haven't actually ever seen one of these trail markers, but I know in San Antonio that they have like a 2-mile part of the trails actually sectioned off that recognizes that as part of the trail and people can walk there. But I haven't seen anything like that in Austin before.
That's really great to know for those of us who are in San Antonio. And it looks like Jennifer posted the link in the chat to the Oakwood Cemetery Chapel resources. So I'm sure that the story maps will be on there as well. So you do mention that part of your future work might include investigating more information about the people who previously traveled the trail or historically traveled the trail. In your research so far, have you learned about what those experiences were like for the people who traveled the trail in the past, or is that something that you haven't had a chance to investigate further?
Well, it's actually funny. I was talking about my project with my mother, and my mother is where my Caddo side of the family comes from. And she told me the story that her grandmother had told her that she had heard when she was a kid. And it was just a story about this little boy who they heard that some traders were coming to trade pots, and they were coming to the tribe to sell pots. And everyone was so excited, and they sent this little boy to run from village to village and letting everyone know that there was a trader coming to sell pots. And so I can just imagine this little boy like running, down the top of the trail, just telling everybody, hey, somebody's coming to sell pots. So it's just like a weird little, it's like, I've never heard that anywhere or seen that written anywhere, or if it is written anywhere. But it's just an interesting little, there's a lot of other stuff I found out, but that was just a real personal family connection to it. So I thought that was pretty cool.
Well, I think stories like that really make historic places relatable. So we can kind of see ourselves, being part of that community when you hear something that, little kids will run around today and shout that an ice cream man is coming or something similar to that. So I really like those stories.
Yeah, I really believe that, people are the same throughout history, just wearing different outfits. So I really like to just, like these trails today, I just like to go places and stand in that spot and just imagine, you're there 1,000 years ago, if it looked exactly the same kind of thing. So that's really why I was very interested in, where can I go today to, see what it was like. So yeah.
Absolutely. Now with your work with Oakwood Cemetery, was working there kind of the inspiration for developing this project, or did you later on realize that there were connections of people who'd previously used the trail with the Oakwood Cemetery, people that were buried there, et cetera? Are there other people besides McKinney of McKinney Falls State Park who are buried in Oakwood Cemetery?
Well, the way this project came about, actually the Oakwood Chapel Cemetery was looking for a way to investigate Native American history in the Austin area, because so many people that are buried in the cemetery are there because of, negative experiences with Native Americans, or they are involved in the removal of Native Americans from Texas. And they really wanted to explore the other side of the story, just kind of explain, why everyone was so aggressive at the time, but also, and I started investigating the Native American history in Austin, and it was just a lot of, battles and death dates. And I know I work for a cemetery, but I like to think of, us, Native Americans as still, being alive and not have everything focused on, murder. So I really thought this trail was a positive way to represent Native American history in the area. But I know McKinney's there, Governor Pease is there, and he's the guy who started the reservations in Texas that were later, because first the Native Americans were like Caddo tribe and stuff were in their where they were originally, and then they moved them to certain reservations in northern Texas, and then the rest of the state of Texas were like, no, we don't recognize this or whatever, and then they still ended up pushing us up to Oklahoma. My great grandfather was Caddo George Washington, and he was involved in a lot of the treaties at the time. So it's just more connections through. I don't know. I kind of feel like I'm just getting paid to do family history sometimes at some point. So it's kind of worked out for me, and hopefully everyone else.
Definitely. I think this is an amazing project to share with everyone and to kind of broaden everyone's knowledge about these trails. Because as you mentioned earlier, I know very little about them myself. So I think this is a really great history to highlight and help people connect to those who originally inhabited these lands that everyone now occupies. But we have about 2 minutes left. So if anyone has any other questions, please feel free to put them in the chat. But Amy, I really appreciate you sharing your project with us today.
No problem. I'm going to go ahead and put the links to my resources that I used on the product and on the project in the chat as well. If anybody that would like to check any of those out as well. But thanks for
That's fantastic.
Thanks for having me here.
And Betsy, I'll turn it back to you.
I just have one quick question for Amy. Amy, have you had a chance to walk your sidewalk trail yet? And what would your experience doing that if you've had a chance to walk all of it or pieces of it?
I haven't had a chance to walk all of it, but like I said, I used to live like in those neighborhoods, and so I unknowingly did. And so going back, I'm hoping for better weather to be able to walk the whole thing, but it's finally starting to be nice now. But yeah, I've gone, you know, and I'm sure a lot of you in Austin have been around these too, and just not had, you know, didn't realize it. But yeah, I definitely look forward to doing it though soon.
And is your sidewalk map a part of the resources that you'll be posting, or is that at the link that was posted earlier?
That one's not posted yet, but it will be part of the digital exhibit in the fall though. The exhibit should be called To Relate, and it's based off of like a 1700s Native American intellectual movement that was trying to get white people to relate to Native American issues. You know, as I don't know how much it worked those, but back in the 1700s. So hopefully it works better now.
Great. Well, thank you so much to the both of you, Amy, for sharing your work, and Rachel for guiding our conversation. We look forward to that exhibit, and everyone check out the chat box. There'll be some links arriving there soon if you want to explore Amy's work and resources further. But now we'll move on to our next speaker and our next presentation. I am honored to introduce Matt Manalo. Am I pronouncing that correctly? I'll just make sure.
Yes.
Okay. Matt Manalo, who will be presenting his work through visual storytelling through mixed media. And moderating the discussion will be Julie DeVries. And I'll introduce them both to you right now. So Matt Manalo is an artist and community organizer. He was born and raised in Manila in the Philippines and has called Houston, Texas his home since 2004. He received his BFA in painting at the University of Houston, and he runs a community-based alternative art space called Alif Art House and founded Philippinex Artists of Houston. Matt Manalo creates work which involves elements of painting, drawing, sculpture, photography, and printmaking. Being a first-generation immigrant, Manalo discusses his experiences navigating around the physical and social structures of society while exploring social issues like erasure, colorism, and colonial mentality in his work. So Matt's talk will be, as I said before, visual storytelling through mixed media. And again, to introduce us all to the formats, Matt will present his work, his talk, and then we'll have a few minutes afterwards for Q&A, which will be moderated by Julie. And so if you have a thought in the middle of the presentation, feel free to type it into the chat box, either to everyone, or if you want to direct it exclusively to Julie, she can then ask it for you. Or we might have a few minutes if you want to also verbally ask your question, if you want to articulate and have that discussion as well. We'll still have some time afterwards. So this session, I'll sort of give everyone a time frame. I know there's lots of different everyone in different time zones out there. Will be finishing, this session will finish about at the top of the hour. So we'll have that time period if you want to look out to that. I will have to step away in the middle of this. I am so, I regret that so much, but I'll be here for the beginning of it. And there's also a few more exciting events coming after this one, but I think I am looking forward to this presentation, and I will hand it over to the virtual microphone over to Matt to hear about visual storytelling.
Hi. Okay, so I guess I'll go share. Okay. Welcome everyone. I hope everyone's having a good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for, hosting Julie, and also thank you for Diana for putting all this together and inviting me to be part of this wonderful programming. Let me start by first introducing myself. My name is Matt Manalo, and I'm an artist and a community organizer, just like what was introduced earlier. I am also a first-generation immigrant, so I will be discussing a lot about this and how it relates to my work, throughout my presentation. So let's get on to it. So I originally went to the University of Houston for my bachelor's in painting, but then I realized that I just couldn't just stick to painting alone. When I was in art school, I decided to take all of the art classes that I could take. So that was, you know, of course, drawing, painting, the basics, ceramics, photography, and later on, you know, because you know, in the Philippines, we really didn't have any type of art history education. A lot of it were more focused into, you know, the sciences. And growing up, I was led to believe that the only careers that was possible for me to take were either, you know, I become a teacher, an engineer, or a doctor. And, you know, and later on, I found that anything is pretty much possible as long as, you know, you're really passionate about it. So a lot of my work is basically this huge mixed soup of different media and practices. And a lot of the materials that I use are often collected, you know, whether that be something that I see from the street or something that is donated to me, or something that I find through thrifting, which is something that my wife and I occasionally do. For most of my work, I use the grid as a format, and this symbolizes geography, cartography, which is map making, and the borders and the displacement, which, you know, which makes me always think about home and what that is defined as, you know, especially being an immigrant. As you can see for here, I have two pieces that are 2 years apart. You'll see that I have also listed the materials, which is mostly, you know, raw canvas, paper, cotton, recycled things, and I still do use a lot of paint in my work. But, you know, I wanted to talk about how I use these materials and how it relates to me being an immigrant, of, you know, how a lot of these materials that I use are mostly discarded or have already been used, but then, you know, somebody just decided to give it up. And a lot of these are also excesses from other artists' practices, which they have been, you know, generously donated to me. You can also see that there is a grid, a broken grid, in fact. So for this first piece titled Assimilation, I wanted to talk about, you know, my first few years here in 2004, 2006. I mean, I'm still constantly still trying to assimilate, but then realized further down the road that assimilating is not really the most sustainable route for me. So I wanted to talk about how the displacement of this material is kind of like describe my feelings or my emotion of how I was navigating through society, of being, you know, this person in this new place, and, you know, and through my materials, I'm able to express that thoroughly. And with the other piece on the right, Azul 01, I started using the color blue, and the color blue for me further explains or discusses the whole idea of borders, and for myself, coming from the Philippines, that I have geographical borders that separate me from my country, which is, you know, because I came here through a plane. Then for myself, the borders that I have witnessed and experienced are the sky and the sea and the ocean, and they're both expressed, in the most basic ways with the color blue. And then again, you can also see a sort of a grid format in this piece. For me, being a first generation immigrant and being an artist as well, most of my works, well, all of my works actually are very, in a way, done as a way of portraiture. I feel like because I am sticking to my own story, that by being personal, that I'm making my stories more authentic to myself. It's my way of expressing myself and my experiences. And it is something that I will constantly experience as I go through my practice and get older and just life in general. So also being an immigrant, there's always that question, like, where is home? And for me, it is rather split, between Houston and the Philippines. I am still kind of in that phase where, because I left the country when I was 19, and being here in the US, I'm almost close to that halfway. And most of the time I try to still think about the places that I grew up with, and try to think about the routes or if ever I came home tomorrow, would I still be able to navigate the roads that would lead me back to our house there. So I still constantly think about these, and I try to always express those within those grids, and how they're not really rigid, and they're made of soft materials. So in a way, it's like a flowing, it's a flowing concept for me, or a soft concept, because I know that things have changed and I haven't been back at all. So things have changed ever since I left, and there might be things that I won't find, or that I won't be able to recognize anymore, or things that will still be there, and I will remember everything that had happened there growing up. For this piece, this is made in the Philippines, and this was made by, this was one of the pieces that actually kind of like allowed me to step outside of just painting on canvas. It allowed me to just think of the material as the structure itself. So this is a very fragile piece, and I've had to travel it and ship it to different places in the US. And every time it came back, there would always be like pieces falling apart, and that whole process of the fragility of the piece, and the wear and tear that it goes through while it's traveling, just makes me express, and that perfectly expresses the way that I've felt throughout the years, being displaced, or a lot of people say that immigrating to another country when you've already been a lot older, or no matter what age, basically, is very traumatic, and it affects you in a different way, where you lose a part of yourself. And with this piece, I feel like I'm able to basically perfect that expression, or that feeling, or that sense of feeling that I was having at that time. And of course, Made in the Philippines is basically from the products that are, this is inspired from the tags, the product tags where you would see either made in the Philippines, made in China, made in the US, or stuff like that. And Spratly is the title that I used because it also talks about the land lost. The Spratlys is also an island in the Philippines that is still being fought over by China and even the US and the Philippines. And, it's still under constant threat of whoever has the most guns basically will get that island. But technically, it's part of the Philippines. For this piece, it's currently shown at the Blaffer Art Museum at the University of Houston. It is also sort of a self-portrait because I talk about colonial mentality as well. Growing up in the Philippines, a lot of the mindset of the citizens there is very colonized. Being colonized by 3 countries for so long, which is Spain, Japan, and the US, we've pretty much lost a sense of our nationality and our sense of loyalty to anything that is made there. And even I experienced this growing up. I didn't think that anything that was made in the Philippines was very good. Everything that had to be bought, even within our own home, everything that had to be bought had to be imported over. And it made me realize about the products that are imported from the Philippines. And along with rice, and people are so starving, along with rice, it is actually people, which is the resources that are mostly imported or exported, outside to other countries. And within the history of the US, especially here in Houston, there was a huge migration of Filipino nurses, and that's one of the biggest exports that the Philippines still does. For this particular piece, though, there's another way of displaying this piece where all the rice sacks are stacked on top of each other, and they're meant to be the same height as me, because I wanted to discuss how we are, or me as a Filipino, I am kept in the shell, this white shell of colonial mentality, and inside of myself or inside everyone is like a pile of dirt, and the pile of dirt is actually found basically where the piece is being displayed at, because that's the whole idea of displacement and reclaiming the land. But then also for this particular piece and for this particular way of installing the piece, I wanted to also discuss the atrocities that's happening on the south of Texas, which is that the children are being separated from their families. And that's the reason why emergency blankets exist in this installation. And for this piece, Waterwall 02, you can see that I have used the color blue as well. And I've also gone inside of like a square format or anything like that. So this is the first time that I've used a circular format in my work. And it just talks about the revolving cycle of just of this conversation within my head of just what is home and where is home, and I'm not sure if I will ever find that I know that because I have a family now here and I'm raising my own family here, that is home. But then at the same time, there's still that pull from my home country that is, in a way calling me. So there's still that kind of struggle. Maybe I will find out, in the event that I am able to visit. For these pieces, again, using different kinds of materials and media. These are chairs that are actually brought here to the US by my own family. So these dining chairs have been part of my family for more than 20 years. And we decided to bring the whole dining set here, and in some way, my parents already decided to discard them. It was supposed to be thrown away already, but to me, I was holding on to them and thinking that maybe one day I'll be able to use them in some way. So I've kept them for a while until the day that I decided that I will finally use them. These particular pieces talk about the colonization of the US and the whole US and Philippine War, which is not really discussed a lot in history books. There was almost 1 million Filipino soldiers that were killed in that war alone. And also we were thinking about the Treaty of Paris, where the Philippines, Cuba, and Haiti were sold to the US for $20 million. And, the title of the piece itself talks about Rudyard Kipling, who wrote this poem titled The White Man's Burden. And he's talking about the three countries that I had mentioned. And then on another, and you can see that I quoted them and I carved on the seat words from that poem. And on the other chair are words from the essay, a satirical essay written by Mark Twain, going against Rudyard Kipling about the US imperialism. So, it's like kind of like a good play between the two writers and poets and having a conversation about each other. So I was imagining them both, sitting face to face and talking to each other, but then at the same time, these chairs are not meant to be sat on because I've put encaustic wax on top of the surfaces of it. So it's very fragile as well. And I've also shaved off the legs of the chairs to show that decolonizing is still the way to go to stay rooted to our own identities. And and then that's it. You can visit my website, which is www.mattmanalo.com. And if you're on Instagram, it's just Matt Manalo.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you so much. I'm really happy to be moderating my really good friend, Matt. And I love his work. I've been a fan of his work for a long time. And if anybody has any questions, just put them in the chat. I have a question for him that I kind of prepared. So I was telling him that a lot of his work, so I'm a painter myself, and when I look at your work, Matt, I think about a lot of different artists who also use the grid. That's one of the most intriguing elements of your paintings is that grid format, and it doesn't
So a couple of artists like Barnett Newman and for example, like Silhouette, and that's just a few of the white artists that use the grid. It feels like it's always like very controlled and it's very maintained. And even you mentioned that the grid starts to degrade and it always kind of fails. And so it makes me think more of the visual elements of Black abstract artists, such as, my brain is all over the place. Okay, so like Mark Bradford and Alma Thomas. So they all use like grid structures, but they aren't controlled. They constantly bust out of the grid. And I was wondering, as an abstract / conceptual artist of color and as an immigrant abstract artist, how are the ways that you approach abstraction a reflection of your experiences? I know you talked a little bit about how you gather materials, but is there anything that you feel that was inherent to your experience that drew you towards that grid?
Let me talk about like the process of me getting materials first. I had mentioned earlier that some are bought, some are given, and some are donated. But a lot of it is also kind of being involved in social practice or community work. And it's building a community where we think about the waste that comes out of our studios and we share materials and we share excesses, that's coming from our studios, and think of ways or think of people who might be able to use them, instead of discarding these materials to the waste and just adding into the pollution and all that. Because pollution is also, we think about climate change and accessibility to natural resources, and a lot of indigenous folks are especially affected by this. So a lot of my friends, we discuss, we talk, and like, we just casually ask anybody, like, hey, I have these amount of paint in my studio, would you want to get it? And most of the time people take it, I mean, artists are always up for taking whatever materials are being given to them, and I'm one of them, unfortunately. If you would see my studio, I have like piles and piles of like just things, and then I also collect things. Whenever I go out and thrifting, if there's something that is made in the Philippines, I take it, I buy it instantly. Because I don't know, for me, it's like it's a way of reclaiming my identity, I guess, or just missing the place in general, and anything that's made from there, especially if it's handmade, made with raw materials, and I have like a small collection of things. So that kind of like brings me back to like the whole idea of the grid, where we think about these structures that are not really made for people of color. We think about these racist structures that are set upon the land that we are on, and no matter how, I guess it's me also being hopeful, because no matter how they try to put us into these, try to put us in these compartments, there's always going to be people out there who's going to be breaking those and making the changes that needs to be done. And maybe even doing the work that needs to be done for people to just survive. And we've seen that, we just, living in Texas, it's like, I don't know, it's like we just live in constant trauma, experiencing that, especially with the snowstorm that just happened. I see so many people just going out of their way and helping each other, and that is so inspiring to me. And not even the people who set these structures are even doing the job, or even reliable, or even there right away to fix it. Nothing was fixed. You know, people are still trying to get over that whole thing. So for myself, it really makes me think about these, and that's also the reason why I use soft materials for these, to make it a contrast to the rigidity of the whole format of the grid. And then, you know, it's almost kind of like a soft revolution kind of thing. And I guess it also speaks about like my personality. I mean, you know me, and you've known me for years. So I'm not really the type of person that will just go out and just, you know, scream at everyone and just, you know, I don't know, there's just, I guess my methods are just completely different from other, not that I'm saying that that doesn't work, but I'm just more into the, you know, I guess gentler side of things. And especially that, you know, because these are portraitures of my experiences, and I just don't see it being done any way else.
And that's kind of the reason why I asked you, because I know there's like a kind of a need or a want, a desire for a new way to frame abstract art made by marginalized people, and new ways to talk about it that without being able to identify those markers. Like, I know in your more conceptual, like made in the Philippines, it's very, you know, it's very obvious, you know, but without it being plainly stated, okay, this is an abstract painting by an artist of color, how can we start to you know, view it and talk about it, other works of yours and other works by abstract artists of color, and honor those experiences and honor how they're, you know, telling a unique story through their abstract work versus the canon, which is traditionally white? Is there have you thought about new ways of framing that and talking about that?
I haven't really given it a lot of thought. You know, I kind of just like just do and make the work, and then in the event that I get to talk about it, like, you know, opportunities like this, then I do talk about it, and I feel like maybe, and this is just me being hopeful, that maybe a lot of people would see differently. Mm-hmm. Because, you know, like with my more abstract work, people have told me that, oh, it's very beautiful, it's you know, it's very soft and light and all that. Yes, I make it visually pleasing, but then I also wonder if they're ready to listen to what it really means, or you know. And so I try to do that. And sometimes it is interesting to see people kind of like, what, you know, why do we even ask this question, you know, or it's always like either they take it as a good thing, or they kind of like regret asking about it. But it's okay, you know, if they can't take it as it is, then maybe it's not really meant for them. Because my audience is not only for everyone, but also it's also particularly for Filipino folks as well, because I do talk about colonial mentality, and, you know, the whole idea of being a model minority here in the US is very problematic for myself. And I see that, you know, like the whole riot in Washington, there were a couple of Filipinos that were there, and I was so embarrassed to see them even raising the flag and everything. And I was like, you know, you're still gonna be, you know, it doesn't matter.
Doesn't get you in the grid.
It doesn't give you a seat in the table.
Yeah.
And that is, the racist table. No matter how eloquent you are, or, just like how, they still shot MLK, basically. Yeah, I mean, I don't really have a term for it, a specific term, but I guess every opportunity that I get to talk about my work, and make people see that this is, that an experience traumatizing can still be made aesthetically beautiful. And that's kind of just a segue for us to talk about these experiences.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Thank you. I think I see two comments that say it's very powerful and colonization happened everywhere, and wherever it happens, you have marginalized people. So I think wherever they are, they can like connect with your work. They can see themselves in your work. That's what I think is so powerful about it. That, like you said, the audience who needs to connect with it connects with it. So thank you so much.
Thank you both for this wonderful presentation. We're now going to move on. Thank you. And if you want to follow Matt, he shared his social media. If you can share it again in the chat, please. Thank you. And now we're going to move on to the next presentation. Cecilia and the Broken Hearts, moderated by Dr. Silvia Fernandez. I'm going to start with our bios and then show the video that they made for today's symposium. Cecilia and the Broken Hearts are an Afro-Chicano futurism band formed in Austin, Texas. They have been featured on NPR's Alternative Latino, and in 2016 performed at the Cactus Cafe as part of the NPR Tiny Desk Contest Tour. And mentioned in the 2018 NPR Tiny Desk All Songs Considered Blood, an NPR Alt Latino show. Their musical focus is based on traditional Latin rhythms that are layered underneath melodic three-part harmonies and complemented by driving guitars, accordion, flute, and synth. From rumba to cumbia to conjunto to americana, Cecilia and the Broken Hearts is working to push the boundaries of music and create a perfect amalgamation. Members include Mincho Jacob on bass, Melanie Morgan, accordion, flute, vocals, Estrella de Leon, vocals, Fabian Rincon, drums, Joe Rocha, guitar, synth, Jay Bernal, vocals, Mateo Clark, vocals and violin, and Annie Vandervoort, vocals, guitar, and keyboard. And our moderator today, Dr. Silvia Fernandez. Silvia Fernandez is a proud transfronteriza, born and raised in the Mexico-United States border, Ciudad Juárez, El Paso. As a first-generation college student, she earned a PhD in U.S. Latino and Latin American literature, languages, and cultures from the Department of Hispanic Studies at the University of Houston, and a graduate certificate in women's gender and sexuality studies and Spanish as a heritage language. Her research interests include Northern Mexico, US Latina, Latino, and border literatures, intersectional and transnational feminisms, border studies, archive studies, digital humanities, and geospatial analysis. Her digital research includes co-founder of Borderlands Archives Cartography, a member of Torn Apart Separados, and team member and coordinator of the ongoing initiative of United Fronteras, as well as other collaborative projects. Currently, she's working on a monograph and building a public and digital humanities project based on her dissertation titled Genealogía Transfronteriza, Reinterpretaciones Literarias de Identidades Femeninas en Ciudad Juárez, El Paso. So thank you all. I'm now gonna play the video for Cecilia and Broken Hearts.
Leon, and I'm coming out to speak with you for the Ciclos Conference 2021 here at the University of Texas. And we're from the band Cecilia and the Broken Hearts. And we're a band that formed several years ago. We're based out of Austin, Texas, right here in Austin. And we have several members who have been part of the Austin community for decades now. I myself was born and raised in East Austin, and several of our members live in East Austin. And it's a place of pride because it's has a rich and long history here in this community. The song we're going to present to you all is called Vientos por Fronteras, and it's a song we wrote before the ex-president was president, and it was essentially a song about borders. It was a song that really reflected on border walls, on the physicality of border walls, but more of a metaphor for how we interact with those walls. The song talks about how you can't detain us anymore because winds are coming and crashing down these fences, these walls, these chain links, these barbed wires. One part of the song that's really important is talking about our roots. There's a simple history lesson that we're from here, that our roots are deep, that no matter what walls you build or ways to keep us out, our people will continue to call this their land and continue to call this home. And as you can see throughout history, they've never been able to keep the people out of their homeland. So this is a controversial issue, and it's such a massive humanitarian crisis and human rights crisis because we just will never stop calling this our home. So the song is essentially about winds that are coming in. We're a giant wind that's coming in and blowing down these fences. There's a middle part of the song that talks about my blood as the river, my hands as the trees, my eyes as the sun, and my back as the bridge. The back as my bridge is a direct reference to the Gloria Anzaldúa and Cheri Moraga book, this bridge called My Back. And it's radical writings by women of color. And that one was kind of an homage to them. But that book, if you've ever read it, really describes a lot of the experiences of brown and Black women in these border towns, in the border areas all over the United States. So it's just a book that really made an impact on me. And as we were writing the song, it was very important to me to add that in there, and it just came very naturally because the song was about the border, and Gloria Anzaldúa really talks about how the border is a scar on this land, and she's a prolific writer on the frontera and what that means to our people, and has really brought a language when there wasn't very much on how you describe your experience being someone from a border state. Our group is consisted of a lot of us knew each other from the community, or we knew each other from the University of Texas. So we were kind of raised in the university setting, learning about the world and learning about our government and how we wanted to change things. But all of us also just kind of came together naturally because we all have a love for cumbia music, and also for what we can do, what we can accomplish with the art of music, and that's getting messages across. That's having fun. That's having dancing. We know the power of creativity and how it connects to people. And when you have that platform and when you're able to perform and give a message to the community, why not write songs that come from the heart? Why not write songs that are about what you've experienced or what your family has experienced? So that's one of the reasons why we write a lot of the songs that we write, because it's powerful and it tells our story, and a lot of us have experienced it. Thank you again for inviting us to this conference, and now take a listen to Vientos por Fronteras.
All right, who needs coffee? We have great music, right? I'm now gonna hand it over to Dr. Fernandez.
Thank you so much, Diana. And I will just like everyone to bring a clap, a virtual clap for the great music that we just listened to. And well, it's an honor for me to have a conversation with the group. And I think borders have done a lot of danger, but also we can reappropriate those borders and bring some changes. I have a question for you in regards to what Estrella mentioned during the video, that it's the presence of Las Meras Meras, right? Gloria Anzaldúa and Cherry Moraga in this song. And you have mentioned that it has been an influence and an impact in your life as a woman of color. Why is it necessary to continue bringing their words in today's world? As Anzaldúa mentioned in this bridge called My Back, we carry this bridge inside us, the struggle, the movement towards liberation. Could you tell us what has been the influence of these fierce Chicanas in your music?
Hi, everybody. I'm Estrella de Leon. Yes, when I first learned of the works by Gloria Anzaldúa, it changed my entire life. I had not had the language to talk about my experience being from a border state. I was born and raised in Austin, and every year we would go down to Reynosa to see family. And sometimes as kids, we would tag along with my grandmothers. And you're living your life, but you don't know how to describe it. You don't know how to explain it. And Gloria, through the form of her poetry, through her scholar, everything that she wrote about, for me encapsulated perfectly what that experience was. I'd never heard like words like hybridity and the code switching and intersectionality and just learning about the different, I guess, our different cultures within cultures. So she talked about the triple lens, and so different things of that she mentioned, that she brought up, changed my life. And it was a way that it supported to form my identity as a young woman. When I first read her works when I was 18, 19 years old. So it felt very organic to include it in a song, especially about borders, because she taught me so much of her writings and all the writings that were influenced after that, and all the work and all the art that has been influenced by her poetry, but also how she was influenced by all the people around her, about her own experience and her families and people that she loves. So yeah, it made sense to put it in the song, to give a little shout out to her work and just to her as a person.
It is great to hear the influence of Gloria Anzaldúa in different generations. I have a student that when I assigned a reading of Gloria Anzaldúa, she was so happy to feel identified, as how you just mentioned. And I wanted to bring a question to the whole band about borders. And it's Cecilia and the Broken Hearts. You're a band that met when you were at the university, as you mentioned, at the University of Austin, and you were all connected because of music. Could you tell us about how your roots, identity, past and present, is connected with borders, with the borderland?
Mm-hmm. Yes, and just so you know, Melanie Morgan is also here from the group. So it's two of the band members with you guys today. Yeah, so we have a very culturally, I think we have a shared experiences with our family. Many people in the band are either Chicano, we're also of different ethnicities, Guatemalteco, Chile, Colombia. So our folks are definitely coming in with a shared experience with the music that we're making. We come from a long, everybody has different genres that they've played in. As musicians, we've played a lot of different things. We've been in several different kinds of bands. I was in a hip hop group in Seattle, which was, something that I was learning as I was doing, because I definitely grew up on more Tejano and pop music here in Austin. But the songs the music that we're creating is cumbia rock, is Tejano, is conjunto, as well as a little bit of country in there. So we're a group that reflects this area because of all the, like I was saying, all the intersectionalities of genres that are coming together, as well as everybody has their own experience with their family coming over, or they themselves have come over from another country. So the borders definitely, it resonates amongst all of us because of our lived experiences, and also because of the music that we're playing is very connected to borders, and the music has crossed so many borders. Cumbia is a worldwide music that has its roots in Afro-Latino. So you're talking about just music. The music in general is a hybrid, as Gloria would say, is connected to people's lived experience with the frontera.
And I'll say, add on to what Estrella just said, because I totally agree. Everything she's saying, all of our different musical backgrounds as we come together, when we write music, a lot of times we just think about how can we cram crazy things in together that make sense to us, that don't make sense to other people. And I think that does really speak to sort of a border experience that's a meeting of just so many things from different places. In particular, we have a song that our bass player, Micho Jacob, drove a lot of the composition on, that is a Tejano forró. So it mixes Tejano and it mixes Brazilian music, and it works somehow. And we have a lot of fun with that, and with combining different genres and using the really interesting musical backgrounds just from everybody in our group. So, our guitar player grew up playing in Tejano bands in San Antonio as a young kid. Our drummer comes from Colombia, so we have this sort of Mexican American and Colombia ideas about cumbia coming together, and of course, driven by other stuff too, just the desire to add new things and create new things. And I think more than anything, not get bored. So a lot of us are just, what's interesting to us? How can we combine it in interesting ways? How is it fun for us? And then how is it fun for people who listen to it too? And then back to the lyrics, which, Estrella has written just some really beautiful lyrics on so many of our tunes. How you can talk about something that's heavy and meaningful and real, but at the same time do it in a way that is celebratory and you can have fun.
Yes, absolutely. I totally agree. And I really like the word about intersectionality between genres, which is also making new identities, making new music. I wanted to hear about you about the resistant action of singing in Spanish. What does that mean for the group, for singing in Spanish in a country that many people that speak Spanish have been received a lot of violence, that has been integrated in the education policies that don't want to, that are limiting telling us our stories through language?
Yeah, I mean, the first part of that is, si quieres tocar cumbia, necesitas hacer la canción en español. If you have conjunto tejano, you can definitely get away with being bilingual. Yeah, I guess the second part is, my heart sometimes just says, I don't care what our audience is, we're gonna sing the songs that that we wrote, we're going to be 100% proud of them. And people come together no matter, if the music is fun, if the music is interesting, if the music is something that makes them move, then you can sing whatever language. But it's important to sing in Espanol with some of these songs, not only because it is respectful of the tradition of the type of music that we're playing. If you're playing a cumbia, I don't know, it just feels better in Espanol. It just feels right. So respecting that's the culture of the music. And also too, because sometimes if you're coming from being Chicana, being Mexicana, you can only explain it in Espanol. You can only explain some of these sentiments, some of the heartfelt feelings that you have in Espanol. And immediately, once you sing a Tejano song or conjunto song in Espanol, I mean, the people just come out and dance. They feel they connect to it naturally.
I also think that there's something, it's interesting talking about resistance to Spanish. There's also sometimes, I think, sort of like mental barriers to code switching to doing both English and Spanish in music. And I feel like for everyone in our group, that's been just completely natural, that there are some things that are in Spanish, some things that make sense only in Spanish, like Andrea says. And then there are times where you want to challenge what people think by using both English and Spanish. And I think that we've been fortunate to be able to do that. And with, welcome reception, we mostly play here in Austin. We've played around in a couple of other towns, but generally, people are super receptive to that. And that's something we've always appreciated.
Thank you so much. It's great to hear that. It's kind of the back of hearing about this song. I have another question that it's in regards to just what you just mentioned, Melanie, about resistance. Vientos por Fronteras is a song of resistance. It transmits a call to reappropriate our borders, our borderlands, those borders that have been imposed by others to separate or to make us forget our roots. Pero nada nos va a detener, como dice la canción. What is the power of your music, creativity, performance for border people who have been in USA lands since before it was this nation? How do you connect this with nature? Because there's a lot of mentions also about the trees, the rivers, the wind, nature itself.
The lyrics definitely came organically and naturally, just as a metaphor to help describe the experience of the song. But your previous question is, I feel like art, no matter what kind of art it is, it's one of the fastest conduits to the spirit. So we can go to our protests, we can, write our papers and, do everything we need to do with our minds to explain the experience that we're having. But you can't have any kind of revolution, you can't have any kind of movement without the artistas, without the music, without the teatro, without the visual art. It has to be there. And many of us in the grupo, we met actually in Mecha at the University of Texas. I met our bass player Mincho, and then he was connected and I was connected to other bands. There is an awesome band here from Austin called Maneja Beto. And they used to also, they were also part of a lot of different resistant groups, groups. We were working on trying to get the penny per pound for immokalee workers, tomato pickers in Florida. So we're involved in a lot of different things. And music just, there's your scholarly part where you're like, this is how we're explaining to, for organizing or working in the community. And then this is how, here, let me just explain it with this art form that we are lucky and honored to be able to do. So it just just feels right to incorporate some of the work that we have been doing in the community and continue to do to this day, and putting it into the music. It just feels like necessary for things to continue to move forward. And nature, it's just that metaphor that really brings it together, really brings it home, and again touches to the spirit.
All right, well, thank you, Melanie, Estrella, and Dr. Fernandez. Thank you all. And now we're going to move it on to Mitch.
Thank you, Deanna. So I'm going to wrap up things and introduce our closing remarks speaker, Dr. Elizabeth Mueller. I'm going to do a quick intro before she closes out the day for us. So Elizabeth Mueller is an associate professor of community and regional planning and has a faculty appointment in the School of Social Work. She holds a master and doctoral degrees in city and regional planning from the University of California, Berkeley. Dr. Mueller is primarily interested in questions of social equity in cities and regions. She teaches courses on affordable housing, policy, community development, urban politics, and qualitative research methods. Prior to coming to UT, Dr. Mueller was an assistant professor of urban policy at the Milano Graduate School at the New School University, where she was also a senior research associate in the Community Development Research Center. Her research focuses on social and political inclusion in cities and how city planning and development policies shape the quality of life and opportunities available to historically vulnerable residents and communities. Her current work focuses on these topics through the investigations of tensions between the goals and policies of local planning agencies and local housing agencies, as seen in current thinking about strategies for building sustainable cities. She pursues her research on several complementary levels: funded academics research, class projects in partnership with community partners, and research with or for community organizations or local government. For her work has been published in the Journal of the American Planning Association, the Journal of Planning Education and Research, the Journal of Planning Literature, the Journal of Landscape and Urban Planning, Community Development, Economic Development Quarterly, Policy Studies Journal, the Journal of Migration and Ethnicity, Berkeley Planning Journal, and Planning Forum. Past funders of her work include the Pew Charitable Trust, Rockefeller Foundation, Lilly Endowment, the New York Community Trust, the Ford Foundation, the Aspen Institute, the Fannie Mae Foundation, the Meadows Foundation, the Lincoln Land Institute, and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. And lastly, she is also an active participant in the state and local affordable housing policy discussions, serving on various state and local task forces concerning with housing issues. She was appointed member of Austin's Community Development Commission and currently sits on the board of Texas Low Income Housing Information Service and on the City of Austin's Buildings and Standards Commissions. So without further ado, thank you so much, Dr. Mueller, for joining us, and I'll leave you to take it away for us. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mitch. Sorry for that. I didn't know you were going to read my whole resume there. Thank you so much for inviting me to this event, and I was very happy to be able to support it in my role as director of the Community and Regional Planning Program. As Mitch mentioned, my own work focuses on preserving access to communities for residents threatened with displacement in the face of gentrification. So I think a lot about what we mean by community. What do we mean by access to something called community? Is it practices? Is it places? How do we learn about what's meaningful and to whom? I date my own awareness of historic preservation as being about something beyond, beautiful historic buildings, to when I first met Andrea Roberts, who you will all get to hear from tomorrow, and that will be, a great treat. Andrea came to talk to faculty in the CRP program about her interest in pursuing a PhD, and told me about her interest in African American cemeteries in Fort Bend County. And that began, I feel like I learned so much from working with her during her time in her doctoral studies. I later served on her dissertation committee, where she really challenged us all to think about how we understand the value of places in a different way. So to close us out, I just wanted to go back to some of the themes that Sarah Lopez had introduced in her remarks at the opening of the symposium this morning. She laid out several important things about this event that I want to remind us of. So the first one was that it's student-led. And to me, this is really a hallmark of a period of change in a field and kind of shaking up the way we think about things. You, the students and practitioners who've been sharing your work with us, are helping to forge a new path for this field, to introduce new methods and new ways of thinking. You're pushing the Academy to change how we teach about history and about preservation, and you are and will continue to change practice. The second theme she raised was about crossing disciplinary lines. And I think the different presenters today really represented a great cross-section of topics, methods, creativity in their projects that together really give us a much more rich and holistic understanding of places, of peoples, of histories. Music, was also a great component of that. And then a related theme she brought up was the issue of diversifying the voices and stories represented in our histories and understanding of places and communities. And as she said, that's something that we're trying to think about and be intentional about in our programs here at UT. And then another theme that really struck me in what Sarah said was the idea of change, rebirth, movement, and migration. So rather than thinking about preservation as a static thing where a set period of time or group of residents is held up, this field is moving to an understanding of place and meaning as moving across time and place, as experienced and oops, my notes are kind of a mess here. As experiences and things that are studied both in ways that are sort of traditional ways of looking at history and tangible, and also intangible and sensed. And as Sarah said, migration is place. And I really thought about this when I think it was Deanna was presenting the land acknowledgement when you first spoke. That always makes me think about this because when we do the land acknowledgement, we're trying to honor the tribes that inhabited these spaces where we are now, but they didn't necessarily inhabit them in the same way we do. They moved across spaces much more often. And it's like we're trying to sort of figure out how to impose this way of thinking about who was here that doesn't quite match their experience. Finally, these presentations really made me think a lot about how we understand the connection between some past and the present. In Andrea's work, she highlights the stories that connect descendants of freedom colonies to them today during reunions. So these are places where people may not live anymore, or very few people may live now, but that have incredible meaning to the descendants who come back to them to share these stories during reunions. So this way of thinking emphasizes the power of stories to draw a line between past and present, even if those telling the stories have moved around. Community is about this shared memory, which may or may not be embedded in one particular place. It may migrate, as the theme of this symposium implies. So I'm grateful to have heard these presentations today. They help me to think about what it is that gives meaning to us now and how we feel connection to our own stories and to those of others around us. This seems especially powerful to me now as we struggle in Austin and in other cities to think about what makes a city or a neighborhood meaningful to us, to longtime residents and to new residents. We can't understand this without bringing many voices and dimensions of experience and types of evidence together. So thanks again very much to the organizers of this event and to today's presenters. I think you did a great job and it was really a wonderful day.
Thank you, Professor Mueller. Thank you so much. And thank you all for joining us. We are now done for today, but we will return tomorrow for day 2 at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. So we hope to see everybody tomorrow as well. Everyone have an awesome day.
Yep. Bye.